Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2576 of the Open Meetings Act, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies during the public emergency. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district's central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2022-007. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 4 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 8 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case is a protest hearing status. It's case number 21 PRO 00091, Tom's Watch Bar, license number 119403. This hearing has been canceled. The parties have submitted a settlement agreement to the board for consideration. The next case on our calendar is a show cause hearing status, case number 19 CMP 00049, Sing Sing Karaoke Palace, license number 72783. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the parties for this case, including the government and the licensee, please?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Board. I will do that right now. Please stand by. Jason Martin, your rights have been elevated. James Jordan, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, do you have a camera, sir? Mr. Martin?
Yes, I do. One sec.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Jordan, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairperson. This is James Jordan, JamesJordan.
Good morning, Mr. Jordan. Mr. Martin, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case, please?
JASONMARTIN, and I'm the owner of Sing Sing Karaoke.
Good morning, sir. Mr.
morning.
Jordan, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, Mr. Chairperson. At this time, there is no offer in compromise to present to the board.
All right, thank you. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 2nd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. I would like to remind the parties that we're having this show cause hearing and at the show cause hearing, 7 days before the hearing, each side is mandated to exchange documents and witnesses. So what this means, Mr. Martin, is that you need, if you're going to call any witnesses or you're going to rely on any documents at the hearing, 7 days prior to the hearing, you need to exchange these documents with Mr. Jordan, and you're also supposed to provide a copy of these documents to ABRA, and the documents can be provided to abra.legal@dc.gov. Any questions on either side?
Or maybe it's a few questions. One, am I able to enter an offer in compromise beforehand?
You can speak to Mr. Jordan. I'm sorry, is this your case, Mr. Jordan?
Mr. Chairperson, this case is actually Stephen Ortiz's case.
So, Mr. Martin, I'm not sure. Do you have the information? Do you have Mr. Ortiz's contact information? It should be on the show cause hearing notice.
Yeah, I have his email. I've sent an email. I also may have paid this fine. I'm not sure. I'm going over my records now.
Well, look through your records, sir, and you can have a conversation with Mr. Ortiz. And if the parties reach an offer in compromise, then you can provide that in writing to the board prior to the next hearing, and we will put that on our legal agenda. So you can speak to Mr. Ortiz, and whatever it's proposed, you can discuss it with Mr. Ortiz, and that can be presented to the board prior to the hearing for discussion. And if the board agrees with it, offering compromise on the board, then we'll cancel the hearing. But that's a conversation that you can have with Mr. Ortiz.
Thank you. I'm out of town on March 2nd as well, so I wanted to know if the hearing could be on another date in March.
What I will do is that I will, since you're saying that you're not available on March 2nd, I'll have the agency provide another date for the hearing. And you can also contact Ms. Walker, Ms. D.D. Walker. You could contact the agency, ask for Ms. D.D. Walker. If you believe that you've paid the fine, sir, you can contact the agency and talk to Ms. D.D. Walker, and she will confirm to you whether or not the fine has been paid. So we'll contact you and the government, and also provide another date, since you're saying that you're not available on March 2nd at 1:30. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. But as I said before, whenever we have the hearing, if we're going to go to a hearing, 7 days prior to the hearing, you need to exchange the documents and witnesses to Mr. Ortiz. And Mr. Ortiz, I mean, I know Mr. Jordan is aware, but please share that with Mr. Ortiz, Mr. Jordan, that whenever we have the hearing, 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are mandated to exchange documents and witnesses, because if that's not done, if a motion is filed, unless good cause is shown, then the board will not allow you to rely on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed 7 days prior to the hearing. Okay?
Okay, that sounds good.
All right. Thank you very much, and have a great day. All right, then. Bye-bye. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 20CC00011, Sete Osteria, license number 89205. Ms. Fossman, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Please stand by. I am not seeing a Rackless Carabassis on the line. If you are representing Sete Osteria, can you please send me a chat? I'm not seeing the owner on the line, or Rochelle. Chairperson, I haven't received a chat, so I think it's fair to say that they're not present.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jordan, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? Good morning.
Of course, good morning, Mr. Chairperson. This is James Jordan, James Jordan, on behalf of the district.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. I see that the licensee is not here. However, this is a show cause hearing status. It's not mandatory for the licensee to be here. So this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 2nd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 20 CIT 00459. Stop and Shop Liquors, license number 99920. Ms. Washburn, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Chairperson Mi Jun Chu is also not present, and he is the licensee. If you're representing Mi Jun Chu, please send me a chat.
Mr.
I
Jordan,
haven't
were you,
received it. Sorry.
okay, I'll wait a couple of minutes. Mr. Jordan, were you expecting the licensee to show up at this hearing today, sir?
Mr. Chairperson, the attorney assigned to this case, Mr. Anthony Sello, advised me that the licensee may not show up.
All right. All right, Mr. Jordan, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Of course, James Jordan on behalf of the district. That's James Jordan.
All right, good morning. I see that the licensee is not here. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 2nd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. And Mr. Jordan, if there is an agreement between the parties, they can send us up a paper OIC prior to the hearing. So you can let your colleague know that if the parties have decided to settle this matter, they can provide the board an offer and compromise in writing, and we can discuss it on our legal agenda. All right?
Yes,
All
Mr.
right,
Chairperson.
thank you. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 21-251-00030, Rose Bar Lounge, license number 77883. Ms. Washburn, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Please stand by. I do have a raised hand from someone named Mohammed. Can I please unmute them in case they represent someone?
Sure.
Hello,
Miss-
good afternoon, everyone.
Good morning. You're here for what case, sir?
I've been here for Sette Osteria. I'm the general manager on behalf of Heracles Karabasov and Richelle Martinez. I just didn't know how to participate. I heard that you want me to send you a chat, but I didn't know how. So now I figured this out.
All right, sir. All right. So let me recall case number 20CC 00011. Mr. Jordan, can you please spell and state your name for the record again, please? I'm sorry, this is Sette Astoria, license number 89205. Mr. Jordan, can you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Of course, James Jordan on behalf of the district. That's James Jordan.
All right, Mr. Mohammed, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this establishment, sir?
Yes, sir. My name is Mohammed, Mohamed. Middle name Mahdi, Mehdi. Last name Zorgani. And I am the general manager and vice president for operation for the company.
Now, can you didn't spell your last name, sir?
Zorgani, Zorgani.
All right. Now, you said you're the general manager and vice president. Are you on the license, sir?
I am not on the license, no.
Have you provided the agency with a letter of representation from your employer to say that you are able to represent this establishment at this hearing today, sir?
That I have to check with Richelle, who's our is in charge of these things. I'm not aware.
All right. Well, this matter then is scheduled for show cause here. I mean, my position, sir, is because you have not provided us, and I don't know if there was an offer in compromise. But I guess the bottom line is that, Mr. Jordan, are you aware of whether or not there was an offer in compromise in this case?
Mr. Chairperson, the offer in compromise has been communicated to the licensee. I am unaware if it has been accepted as of this time.
And whose case is this, Mr. Jordan?
This is Mr. Stephen Ortiz's case.
All right, I'm sorry, what's your last name again, sir?
Zorgani.
Mr. Zargani, I would ask that you. Well, I'm sorry. Let me ask Mr. Jordan. Was there, Mr. Zargani? Do you know whether or not on behalf of the licensee, whether or not you had accepted the offer in compromise that was provided by the government?
I was not aware of the offer and compromise. Again, I will double check today with Richelle to see
All right.
where do we stand with it. No.
Well, all right. Then I would ask that you reach out to the attorney who's Mr. Ortiz, whose case this is assigned to. And it's my understanding that there's an offer and compromise on the table. If the parties have agreed to the offer and compromise, they can provide this in writing to the agency, and then if the board accepts it, then we will not have the hearing on the 2nd of March. But currently the hearing is scheduled for March 2nd, 2022. And I'll ask you, sir, to reach out to Mr. Ortiz. You should have the reason why you're saying that you don't understand how you're saying that you don't have the ability to participate in the chat. So Mr. Jordan, can you have Mr. Ortiz, can you please remind Mr. Ortiz to reach out once again to the licensee to provide, if there's an offer and compromise, to provide it to them, and let them know that if the offer and compromise is accepted, that it can be provided as in paper, in writing to the board, and we'll review it. And if it's accepted, then there's no need to have a hearing on the 2nd. All right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So,
All right,
so basically, I have a question if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
So
Go ahead.
no, at this stage, today's hearing was just preliminary hearing, but March 2nd is the final hearing, correct?
Yes, sir. But it's my understanding there was an offer and compromise. It's my understanding that it was on the table. You said that you were not aware of it, and I'm not in a position to state what it is. And this is not Mr. Jordan's case. So we'll make sure that we'll have you in contact with Mr. Ortiz. So if there's an offer and compromise that's accepted in writing, we don't need to have this hearing, sir. Okay?
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right. Okay. You have a great day. Thank you. All right, bye-bye.
Thank you for the bye-bye.
All right. While is Ms. Foshman, can you just ask one more time if there is anyone online who is representing either Shop and Shop Liquors or Rose Bar Lounge?
If you're present for Rose Bar Lounge or Stop and Shop Liquors, please send me a chat so I can elevate you. I'm not currently seeing anyone for Rose Bar as well.
All right. Okay, so for Rose Bar, case number 21-251-00030, Rose Bar Lounge, license number 77883. Mr. Jordan, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. James Jordan on behalf of the District of Columbia. That's JamesJordan.
and the licensee is not here. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 2nd, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. And also, Mr. Jordan, please advise if this is not your case, please advise the attorney who this case is assigned to that if an offer in compromise is reached between the parties, they can provide it to us in writing. And if the board accepts it, then there's no need for them to appear at this hearing on March 2nd, 2022. Okay?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00036, Champion Kitchen, license number 103055. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Please stand by. Sidone Johannes is actually representing Champion Kitchen, and her rights have been elevated. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, good morning, Mr. Jordan. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Of course, James Jordan on behalf of the district. That's JamesJordan.
Good morning, Ms. Johannes. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good morning. Sidon Johannes on behalf of the licensee, and that is SIDON YOHANNES.
All right, Mr. Jordan, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, Mr. Chairperson, the government does not have an OIC to present at this time.
All right, thank you. Then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 2nd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. And just want to remind the parties that 7 days before the hearing, since if we're moving forward with a show cause hearing, each party, they're directed to exchange their documents and witnesses 7 days prior to the hearing. If the documents and witnesses are not disclosed to each side and to Abra Legal, if a motion is raised to prohibit the introduction of documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed, unless either side can show good cause, the board is more likely to grant the motion. So just want to again remind everyone that 7 days before the hearing, that each side is required to exchange documents and witnesses. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 20 CIT 00129, Pali Thai Restaurant, license number 16129. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Please stand by.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing anyone on the line for this case.
Mr. Jordan, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, James Jordan on behalf of the district. That's JamesJordan.
Thank you. The licensee is not here. This matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 2nd, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 21 CIT 0000225, and it's La Bella Ethiopian Restaurant and Lounge, license number 104701. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Chairperson, it looks like the hearing was continued. I don't have anyone on the line for
Oh, I'm
this.
sorry, I apologize. This hearing is canceled due to dismissal of the case by the government. See board order number 2022-025. I apologize. All right. We're at the end of our morning calendar. Thank you very much for your presentation, for your appearance this morning, Mr. Jordan, and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. You as well.
Right. We are now moving to the board's legal agenda. The first matter on the board's legal agenda, it's the review of a settlement agreement dated December 24th, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6E and Rebel Taco, license number 119836. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Excuse me, Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. The next matter on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated January 11th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6D and Pizza, license number 119190. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 3. Number 3, review of a settlement agreement dated January 11th, 2022 between ANC Commission 6B and Roses at Home, license number 119954. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 4, review of a settlement agreement dated January 26, 2022 between a group of 5 or more individuals and Shoto, license number 119590. I make a motion that we approve this with modifications. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 5, review of protestants' motion to lift stay dated January 10th, 2022 in case number 19 PRO 00163. This is Ultra Bar Chroma, license number 074767. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 6, review of MPD's 6th emergency rulemaking. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. Number 7, review of the medical marijuana patient registration fees notice of 2nd emergency rulemaking. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is a review application for a stipulated license with letter of agency support for a new ABC license. This is for Musan Farhan and brand license number 119225. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0-0. Number 2, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for West End Cinema Beverage Service, license number 100805. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2022. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0-0. Number 3, review application for change of hours to increase hours on Sundays only. This is for Virginia Market, license number 119980. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0-0. Number 4, review carryout and delivery endorsement for Lydia Restaurant and Lounge, license number 119312. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0-0. Number 5, review request for approval to provide a gift of freezers that do not exceed $500 in value to various licensed retailers. The request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 060518. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis was second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0-0. Number 6, review request to allow Rayco Studio LLC to serve as paymaster for the alcoholic beverage wholesaler and manufacturer invoices received by the licensee. The request has been made by the Studio Theater, license number 025750. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0-0. Number 7, review request to renew storage facility permit originally issued March 13th, 2012, and most recently renewed on February 3rd, 2021 for a facility located at 4221 Connecticut Avenue Northwest. This is for Domain DC LLC license number. I do not have a license number, but it's storage facility permit. Is there a second? I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0-0. Number 8, review request to extend approval of pop-up location at 2214 Rhode Island Avenue Northeast for an additional 30 days through March 2nd, 2022. This is for Fun It Up, license number 110502. I make a motion that we approve the request through February 4th, 2022. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter On our supplemental license agenda is review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Asaf Foods Palace, license number 112748. I make a motion that we approve the request through September 30th, 2022. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Excuse me, Mr. Grant is a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0-0. Number 2, review of architectural floor plans for new Class B full-service grocery store. This is Amazon Retail LLC, license number 119579. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0-0. Number 3, review a request for an off-site storage permit to store unopened alcohol beverage inventory off-site at 35 Sheridan Street Northwest. This is for Taste Select Repeat, license number 116861. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms.
Edward
Crockett
Grandis.
seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The first matter on our cancellation agenda is that the ABC Board will be canceling the license for the reasons that outlined below. Iris Diner, license number 101456, and Doc FC, license number 101455. Both licensees requested that we cancel their license, so therefore I make a motion that we cancel the license for these two establishments. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0-0. We now move to our board temporary one-day and substantial change docket. I'm going to call the first 6. The first 6 are I'll call the first 6 and then I'll explain what's been requested, and then I'm going to make a motion that the ABC board grants the license for the first 6. The first one, the request from Lana Mahmoud, this is a one-day license, Class F. This is for a concert on February 4th, 2022, 350 attendees, 6 security guards, license number 1204119. The second request, another request from Lana Mahmoud for one-day license, Class F. This is for concert on February 19th, 2022. License number is 120418, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 3 is another request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license, Class F. Again, a concert on, this is February 23rd, February 24th through February 25th. License number 120417, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 4, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license, Class G. This is for a concert, the Capitol Turnaround. The date is February 4th, 2022. 800 attendees, 10 security guard, license number 120415. Number 5 is another request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license, Class G. This is a Capitol Turnaround. The date of the event is February 11th, 2022. 800 attendees, 10 security guards, license number 120414. And number 6 is another request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license, Class G, Capitol Turnaround. The date of the event is February 18th, 2022 and February 19th, 2022. 800 attendees, 10 security guards, license number 120416. I therefore make a motion that ABC board grants the license for the 6 events that were just read in the record. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson. I agree. The matter passes 4-0-0. All right, the next number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10, and number 11. There are again these are requests made for licenses by Jesse B. Roush. I will state the type of license and the dates, and I'll make a motion that we grant these licenses. So number 7 is a request from Jesse B. Roush, a one-day license class G. It's neighborhood Austin event for Metro Bar. The event date are March 3rd through 4th. March 3rd through 4th through 5th and through 6th. License number 120432. 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 8 is another request from Jesse B. Roush, a one-day license class G. The date of the event, March 10th through 11th, through the 12th, through the 13th. License number 120430, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 9 is another request from Jesse B. Roush, a one-day license class G. Date of the event, March 24th through 25th, through the 26th, through the 27th. License number 120429, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 10 is another request from Jesse B. Roush, a one-day license class G. The date of the event, March 17th through the 18th, through the 19th, through the 20th, 2022. License number 120428, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 11 is another request from Jesse B. Roush, a one-day license class G. The date of the event is March 31st through April 1st, through April 2nd, and April 3rd. The license number is 120431, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. I make a motion that ABC board grants this license. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on motion. Mr. Cato,
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0-0. Number 12 is a request from Elizabeth Mitchell, a one-day license class G. This is for PTA fundraisers for Janney PTA. The date of the event is March 26, 2022. The license number is 120434. 150 attendees, 10 security guards. I make a motion that we grant this license. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0-0. We now move to our licensing administrative docket. There are 14 requests on this docket. I will give the name of all the applicants, the class category, and what's been requested, and then at the end of the list, I'll make a motion that the ABC board issues these licenses. The first request, a request made by Win Get Wine, license number 117634. Their retailer A internet transfer to new location from 1050 Connecticut Avenue Northwest to 4421 Connecticut Avenue Northwest. Number 2, the request from Gandel's Liquors, license number 071312. Their retailer A liquor store disposal permit application. Number 3, a request from Good Foods Markets, license number 098178. Retailer B, class change application from retailer B to retailer B full service grocery store. Number 4, a request from Climax Bar and Restaurant, license number 115645. Retailer C Tavern, change of hours application. Number 5, a request from Eat Berg, license number 119439, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 6, a request from Roses at Home, license number 119954, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 7, a request from Roses at Home, license number 119954, Retailer C Restaurant, carry and delivery application. Number 8, a request from Yosaku Japanese Restaurant, license number 120450, Retailer C Restaurant, transfer with sale application. Number 9, Los Cortes Restaurant, license number 103576, Retailer C Restaurant, stock transfer application. Number 10, Silver Sauce, license number 119892, Retailer A Internet new ABC license application. Number 11, Farmers and Distilleries, license number 120451, Caterers license, new ABC license application. Number 12, Moi Moi Restaurant, license number 120466, Retailer C Tavern, transfer with sale application. Number 13, Bike Club, license number 119720, Caterer license, new ABC license application. Number 14, Vin Connect, license number 092599, Wholesaler B, transfer to new location application from 5760 2nd Street Northeast to 5770 2nd Street Northeast. I there make a motion that ABC Board grants these requests. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis agrees.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0-0. We are now at the end of our morning agenda, and so the board will be in recess until our 1:30. The board will therefore be in recess until our 1:30 hearings. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further development. Have a great morning. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on the record. I would like to thank, all right. This, our next case is case number, it's a continuation of case number 21 PRO 00079 18th Street Lounge, the license number 118846. Ms. Foshbon, can you please elevate the rights of all the parties in this case, please?
Please stand by. Andrew Klein, your rights have been elevated. Fareed Nouri, your rights have been elevated. Ian Thomas, your rights have been elevated. Jelena Bucevic, your rights have been elevated. John Guggenmos, your rights have been elevated. Jordan Neighbor, your rights have been elevated. Lamont Mahoney, your rights have been elevated. Robert Goldberg, your rights have been elevated. Shireen Joseph, your rights have been elevated. Sidon Johannes, your rights have been elevated. Tracy Buck, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Foshbon. All right, let's see, where is? All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is a continuation of the protest hearing for 18th Street Lounge. The protest hearing initially would have started on January 19th, 2022, and because of the lateness of the hour, this case was continued to this afternoon. The applicant had presented his case in chief, and today the purpose of this hearing today is for the protestant to present its case in chief. And I know there are several protestants, but we had decided that Mr. Ian Thomas, the attorney for one of the protestant group, would present its case. If I remember correctly, I did inform the other protestants, that they could have a closing, that they could have a closing if they so desire. But we're going to have Mr. Thomas, who will present the witnesses and cross-examine the witnesses. So just to bring, all right, so prior to starting the hearing this afternoon, as said before, this matter comes before the board as a protest on an application for a new license filed by the 18th Street Lounge retailer class CT ABRA number 118846, located at 1230 19th Street Northwest. Prior to us resuming the case this afternoon for the protestant to present its case, are there any preliminary matters that needs to be addressed prior to us starting by either side?
Mr. Chairman, I think
Please,
I would like
I'm sorry, please, Mr. Klein, please identify yourself for the record, please.
Oh, I apologize. Andrew Klein, attorney for the applicant. I would like.
Mr. Klein, hold on, Mr. Klein. I see there's something in your background, Mr. Klein. There's something in your background. Maybe you need to look to see what's in your background. And I'm not sure how, if you're aware that there's something in your, there's another, well, some people will say there's a person. So there's a person in your background, sir. So maybe you need to look at that person to make sure that they're okay.
My puppy is fine. He won't bother us or anything.
I just want to let you know that I saw that they were making themselves very comfortable. So I just want to bring that to your attention.
He's quite comfortable. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Klein.
I would ask the proffer as to who will testify for the protestants. This is a very unusual situation in that I cannot think of a case where The applicant's case was put on, and then the protestant had 2 weeks to think about, what was put on. And, I understand scheduling, but in looking at the log of who was on and when they were on, I mean, we were told at the conclusion at about 6:04 when we were here 2 weeks ago that the protestants had no witnesses. And it seems our review of who was on was, it would seem all the people that they're probably going to call were online. And I don't really understand why it is that we were told that there were no witnesses available.
No, well, Mr. Klein, if I remember correctly, and I'll have Mr. Thomas respond, Mr. Thomas had informed me that he had 6 witnesses. That was the presentation made by Mr. Thomas the last time. And I know that he had stated that he had some childcare issues and some of his witnesses had left. And I know that Mr. Thomas has not practiced in front of this board prior to this hearing, and I was just reminding him, remind all the parties, when we have these hearings, we are here, the board is available for the duration. So if this hearing doesn't end at 5 o'clock. The hearing ends when it's over. So
I'm well aware of that, Chairman.
But so the courtesy, I was just okay because I was told that there are some childcare issues and others, and this is because I know that if you're in court, because we're in court, I know that the court building is over at 5 o'clock, but this administrative hearing, the ABC board, we will make ourselves available until the hearing has concluded. So therefore, I want to alert everyone that it's my intent that this hearing will be concluded today.
I get that.
Will not. So there's no cutoff in the sense that, okay, it's 5 o'clock, we got to leave. No. So we're going to complete this hearing today, and I would hope that Mr. Thomas, it's your witnesses. You can tell me who the witnesses are, that they are aware that however long this is, that they will be available. I know that when we started off these hearings, I said that each side had an hour, but the first hearing took 6 hours. Again, the board presented this witness, both the applicant and the protestant had an opportunity to cross-examine the board's witnesses, and that took much longer. But so I just wanted to let you know, Mr. Thomas, I'm not going to say that you have an hour to do this case, but I do hope that you are in bringing the witnesses, that you are mindful of that there are some time constraints to ensure that we get this witness, the hearings. And so therefore we're not here at 10 o'clock and then I'm being told that because the witnesses were here at 1:30 and it's now 10 o'clock that the person had to leave. So I just want to keep that at the forefront so you're aware that we're going to complete this hearing today, and I hope that all of whatever witnesses are testifying, they're not repetitive, that they bring in new information, because I would expect that counsel would object and I might object if I believe that the witness is testifying to one another. I don't need a witness to pipe what was said by another witness. Any person who's testifying should bring in new information. Okay.
My concern was I thought the representation was that there were no witnesses available on the part of the protestants to be called at that time.
I think the witnesses where he said that there were no witnesses available because of the time constraint, But as I stated before, I was told that he had 6 witnesses, and the witnesses were disclosed, but because of time constraint, because I think the hearing I believe had started at 10 o'clock the morning, and by 5 o'clock people had other obligations that they had to make themselves available. But Mr. Thomas, I know that you're not a potted plant, so you can speak for yourself, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you. I appreciate that. Just for the purposes of clarification, like, first of all, I don't really think I appreciate the implication that's being made by Mr. Klein at all in impugning my integrity as an officer of the DC Bar and officer of the court in the District of Columbia. But putting aside that and trying to keep this professional and moving forward, our position the last time was that several of our witnesses were going to be unable to testify moving forward because of the fact of they had sat there through 7 witnesses that Mr. Klein put on over the span of 6 hours. And so, you know, that caused serious issues. Our police officer witness, Lieutenant Miller, became unavailable because his shift was over and he needed to go sleep so that he could wake up the next day and protect the citizens of the District of Columbia. Myself and one of my witnesses, Amir Sheikh, had childcare issues, and you'll hear Mr. Sheikh testify as to the fact that he has 2 young children and lives abuts the alley where Mr. Klein's client is planning on trying to open his business. And there were several other witnesses that had issues and would be unable to attend the protest hearing if the protest hearing was going to continue on for several more hours. And so, I had no objection to Mr. Klein running well over whatever the time frame was and putting on his case. He was welcome to call 6, 7, however many witnesses he wanted to call. I think it's probably more important that this board gets the information it needs to make the right decision. So we are ready to proceed today. I believe we had 6 witnesses last time in response to Mr. Klein's request for a proffer. I'm more than happy to do so. I certainly don't want to play gotcha litigation. We, I think, right now have 4 or 5 witnesses that we intend to put on. One of our intended witnesses, Mr. Kerr, who's a sound expert, is actually now unable to appear because he's gotten ill. And is unable to appear and testify today. So one of our witnesses we've you know, unintendedly gotten hurt by the delay, and it is what it is. We're ready to proceed anyway, but we have 2 residents, potentially 3 residents that will testify about the alley and the impact of the proposed business. We intend to call Shireen Joseph, the chair of the ANC, to F. We intend to call Curtis Miller, Lieutenant Curtis Miller, who is an MPD officer in the area. And I believe that is the list of witnesses that we intend to call today. And I anticipate that it will not be nearly as long as Mr. Klein's case in chief.
All right. Any other preliminary matter that we need to address before we start?
None from the applicant.
All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Google, yes, Mr. Google.
Yes, this is John from ANC2F. When we were last here, the ANC's position was we had a statement that we did want to read in the record at the very end and our portion and go ahead and take questions from the board. If we're still able to do that, we'd appreciate it.
All right, I'll give the, maybe I'll have the ANC, just for me not to forget. So maybe I'll have the ANC make its statement, and then we'll have, then we'll have Mr. Thomas. So I'll have the ANC. If you have Mr. Gogolbus, if you do have a statement from the ANC, you can raise that. Do you have a question, Mr. Klein? Yeah.
I don't. I would just ask that if that's going to happen, then obviously the witness will be sworn and we have the opportunity to cross-examine.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, sir.
I said I don't have a question. I would just I want to assure that he's sworn and
I will just
opportunity
right,
to cross-examine. I don't.
Yes, you'll have that. You'll have that opportunity, sir.
Thank you.
All right. So so do you have any concern, Mr. Thomas, if I just put the ANC on? Because I don't want for us to for me to forget to do this by there. So at least by doing this at this juncture, and then we'll move on with your witnesses, sir. Is that okay? That's what I'm going to do. Go ahead, Mr.
I
Thomas.
was going to say, no, there's no objection from the protestant, provided that we will be permitted to put on our ANC witness as well, and this will not obviate our ability to take testimony from the chair of the ANC, Ms. Joseph, Commissioner Joseph, I should say.
Well, my position is that whatever witnesses that are on your disclosure, you can, as long as that person is on your disclosure, then you will be able to call. I can look for the disclosure, but before, all right, who are the witnesses you plan to call? I want to make sure that there might be objections, but I don't want objections raised based on the fact that they were not disclosed. So who are the witnesses that you plan to call, sir? Now, so at least I can get an understanding from Mr. Klein if there is an objection based on the fact that this person was not previously disclosed. If there are other objections, we can raise those objections. Will be addressed when the witness is called. But the only objection I want us to discuss now is if this person was not disclosed pursuant to the 7 days prior to the hearing.
So all of them should have been disclosed. I'm
Give me the name of your
making
witnesses.
the names right now.
Yes, please.
Amir Sheikh, Yelena Budovic.
I'm sorry. Amir. Spell the name for me, please?
First name Amir, Amir. Last name Sheikh, Shaikh.
Yes. Who else?
Yelena Budovic, Jelena. Last name Budovic, Budjevac.
Okay.
Shireen Joseph, Commissioner Shireen Joseph, who is a ANC representative.
Anyone else?
Lieutenant Curtis Miller, who is an MPD representative.
Okay.
And potentially Hector Pinto, who is a representative of another protestant, the Picnic Benchers.
All right. Mr. Klein, do you have any objections on whether or not you're saying that these witnesses were not disclosed 7 days prior to the hearing?
I do not. They were all disclosed on the tip.
Okay, fine. If you have other objections, when the witness is called, then you can object. We can address it. But I just want to make sure that there are no objections raised at this juncture to say that these witnesses were not previously disclosed. All right. So, Mr. Gugamas, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sure. It's Commissioner John Guggenmos, John, John, Guggenmos, Guggenmos.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Guggenmos, can you just state what your position is, sir?
Sure. I am the Vice Chair of ANC 2F.
Can you raise your right hand, sir, please?
Mm-hmm.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do affirm.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. This statement was co-written by Commissioner Joseph and myself. The applicant, Fareed Nouri, and his team first approached the ANC in mid-August at our monthly Alcoholic Policy Committee, or APC, which hears and advises our ANC on ABBA-related matters. At this meeting, the applicant presented information on his entertainment concept, programming, architectural plans, interior, and the rooftop. And the community had a chance to ask Mr. Nouri questions about the alley history, plans of sound mitigation, security, and other concerns he was asked to address. After this meeting, a fellow commissioner and I toured the property, advised Mr. Nouri on a specific list of points that we encouraged him to address at the second meeting with the APC later that night. These included elaborating on the rooftop plans, security, deliveries, occupancy numbers, entertainment, and trash collection. At this stage, these issues were paramount to both the ANC and the neighbors. And as we wanted to continue the conversation with Mr. Nuri, before negotiations began on the settlement agreement, Mr. Nuri said that he understood the issues around noise in the alley. He volunteered not to use the alley door except in emergencies, to have indoor and outdoor cameras with sufficient coverage and footage in line with ABRA's requirements. He said he'd have trained door and security staff present. In addition, his team was willing to work with other businesses in Blagden Alley to lead on the responsibilities of a trash compactor and other trash issues. In all, we saw a good faith effort from the applicant to address these concerns. Unfortunately, subsequent conversations between the ANC and the community fell apart and became increasingly difficult to reach common ground. My fellow commissioner and I offered the community possible meetings, but were unable to make them work. The ANC stated to the applicant that the architectural plans were not satisfactory to confirm that noise from the rooftop would not be an issue, and that we needed an acoustical engineer for sound mitigation. And the ANC would not be able to take a position on rooftop hours without an acoustical study. To that end, I gave Mr. Nuri a few options on sound engineers to contact, and he was able to retain Miller, Beeman, Paganelli to conduct the acoustical evaluation. Additionally, I also suggested that Mr. Nuri consider modeling the hours of operations to one that has successfully worked elsewhere in our ANC. This model allowed for timing beyond the ANC's template settlement agreement, but does include clawback language that would be triggered by 2 adjudicated sound violations in a rolling time frame to ensure compliance. On December 21st, Lieutenant Miller, Commissioner Joseph, and I had a chance to meet with some of the protestants from the community, where they presented us with a list of concerns. The concerns were to remain confidential and were about the applicant and Blagden Alley in general. When asked, we were told the expectation was to have terms that would be economically unattractive, that the applicant would move to another location. This in-person meeting was to serve as a reset point for the ANC and the community. And we had confirmed that night that Commissioner Joseph would receive a list of specific issues from the community that was shareable with the applicant at a follow-up conversation. Unfortunately, by the time the ANC convened its January 2022 meeting, we did still not have an acoustical study, revised plans from the applicant, nor did we have a list of settlement points that we could share with the applicant from our December 20th meeting with the community. At this stage, with the protest hearing imminent, the ANC voted, it wasn't unanimous, but voted at the January meeting on a letter outlining our positions on hours of operation and entertainment endorsement, rooftop hours, trash, and the use of the back door. The ANC considered issues that the community had raised and concerns we as commissioners outlined to the applicant. As the ANC, we are eager to support our community however we can. Unfortunately, in this instance, it was difficult to overcome some of the mistrust that was built up during the process. But we look forward to the board ruling to allow this applicant to coexist with the neighbors in a way that allows the neighborhood to maintain its quality of life. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That's the statement I wish to submit.
Thank you, Mr. Gugelmus. Mr. Thomas, do you have any questions of Mr. Gugelmus?
Has that statement been approved by the ANC?
Commissioner Joseph and I wrote it. No, it was not voted on at our ANC meeting.
Okay,
But
so
it does represent the facts of what happened, as I was the designated representative and Commissioner Joseph was at all of the meetings with me.
okay, what was there any other ANC commissioners at these meetings with you?
Commissioner Romanowski was at the tour. APC meetings, no. just at the full ANC meetings, just Commissioner Joseph and I.
Are you aware of any outreach that 18th Street Lounge did to the community in general outside of the ANC?
No, I'm not sure.
Okay. Are you, what do you do for a profession, Mr. Gugamos?
I'm in the hospitality industry. I own 2 bars currently.
Okay. Are you involved with something called the DC Nightlife Council?
Yes, sir, I am. I'm the board chair. We're a 501c3 that does advocate on nightlife issues.
Okay. And what position do you advocate?
It's in general, just the well-being of the nightlife industry in the district.
But you advocate on behalf of the nightlife industry, correct?
Our board, our industry, I mean, our organization does, but we do not advocate on individual members. And 18th Street Lounge is not a member, if that's the question.
No, the question is more general, that the industry you advocate on behalf of is the nightlife industry, correct?
Yes, in general. Yes, then that's the answer.
Okay. Have you interacted with Mr. Nori in the past due to your role in the DC Nightlife Council?
Nope. The very first time that I met Mr. Nori was after their first meeting with our APC committee.
Okay. And I think you said that you provided the contact for Miller and Beam to Mr. Nori. Is that correct?
I provided a number of acoustical engineers, Polysonic, Fuse, Miller, Beam, and Paganelli. I gave him some that I know had worked with the board and that had worked with other condo projects and were licensed here in the district.
Okay. As far as the ANC goes and its outreach with 18th Street Lounge, I believe your statement said that you had requested certain documentation from 18th Street Lounge in order for the ANC to fully evaluate its position on its license application. Is that correct?
We wanted the acoustical study so that we could evaluate the rooftop hours.
And I thought I'm sorry if I have it wrong. I thought you also said that you wanted to see plans and permitting for
He presented his architectural plans at the first meeting.
Okay.
Of the APC meeting.
Okay.
And we felt that wasn't enough.
Why was that not enough?
Because it didn't have, I mean, it was architectural, but we wanted an actual expert in, acoustical and sound engineering.
And they're subject to change too, correct?
Beg your pardon? I'm
Plans
sorry?
are subject to change.
Plans are subject to change, yes.
Okay. Did the ANC ever request that the applicant commit to any noise mitigation efforts?
Well, we would not take a position on the hours until we had them. I will say that I'm positive that that Mr. Nuri understands his legal obligation to the sound ordinance, and that would have been in our template agreement.
Is the template agreement the standard agreement, or is it a starting point?
Objection. I've been indulgent, but we are perilously close to settlement discussions if we're not there.
I mean, he's asking a general question. I'm going to overrule the objection. I don't, it's not, he's just asking wasn't that the template. I'm going to overrule the objection because at least to me, it's just general asking general question. It's not specifically asking what was in the, what was in the template. So you can answer the question, sir. I'm going to overrule the objection.
My position is we don't recognize a template agreement. I know some ANCs do them. We look at that as a rulemaking that is not permissible to try to set a standard for the community. And if we're talking about that as a starting point, and we're talking about starting point of negotiations, and it goes directly to settlement negotiations.
But Mr. I don't know what's in the agreement. I mean, I don't know what's in the agreement. They're not specifically discussing the contents of the agreement. So if we start talking about the specific of the agreement, you can raise your objection at this juncture. But at this time, I'm going to overrule the objection, and because we're just been asking a general question. Now, if you believe in further questions, if we're moving towards that, then you can raise another objection, and I will revisit the issue. So go ahead, Mr. Guggemos.
Sure. The template has been on our website for 15 plus years, and we felt it was just a good indication that anyone who wanted to do business in our ANC had at least a framework of what we would expect. We have deviated from that template. So on that one hand, you would say it's a starting point, but it is what we would expect by and large. That's what we're most comfortable with. So.
And is it the ANC's position that they apply that template to anywhere in the ANC, correct?
That is what we would prefer. That is what we would prefer.
Right. So it's not, you would agree that there are different areas within your ANC that have different considerations, correct?
Yes. I mean, all of our liquor licenses are in commercial or mixed use zones, but yes, in general, that's a fair place. That's a fair statement.
Okay. So, and the considerations in a mixed use zone may not be the same as the considerations in a commercial zone, correct?
That's a fair statement. Yes.
Okay. In terms of the ANC's position, you said that the ANC voted to protest, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall how many commissioners voted in favor of the protest?
It was unanimous.
I
We're missing one commissioner.
Okay.
The original vote to protest, which would have been months ago, then the vote that I was talking about that was not unanimous was in January, just before this hearing.
Okay. So you originally voted to protest when?
Back, September, October, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was October, at our October meeting. I'm so sorry, sir.
And then what was the date of this follow-up protest vote?
Well, we protested, then there were, our mediation and roll call and the attempts to try to find some common ground. But in January, not having really an agreement, we felt the ANC really wanted to try to find some common ground before we went to the protest hearing. So,
sorry, that protest, the second vote in January,
yes.
Do you recall what day that was?
January 2nd.
And have you seen the Miller and Beams study that that the applicant has procured?
No, not at that point.
Okay. Have you seen it now?
Wasn't it part of the?
It was part of the evidence last time. And it was dated January 3rd, right?
I believe so. I believe he just was engaged in late December.
Okay. So the study came out after your vote.
Yes.
Follow-up protest vote.
That's correct.
That follow-up protest vote, you said it was not unanimous.
That's correct.
How many dissenting commissioners were there?
I was the lone dissenter.
Relevance. We're here. There's a protest. What does it matter? I mean, if it was 4-3 or unanimous, the ANC protested. Here we are. And it's up to the board to make a decision as to what happens from here.
If I may, the only thing I was trying to get was that Mr. Guggemos was the lone person who did not vote in favor of the ANC's position.
So why didn't you
Objection,
ask
move
him?
to
So-
strike the testimony.
I'm about to ask him that.
All right, gentlemen, all right. I'm going to overrule the objection. Just ask him the question, sir. And I think, Mr. Thomas, I just want to caution you that you have a certain amount of time to present your case. And I'm not saying that you should not cross-examine a witness, but if I had you on the clock, that would be taking a lot of time from your direct testimony on cross-examination, because normally in these hearings, the parties are advised that when they cross-examine witnesses, that is also part of their time. So just want to let you know as an FYI, but I'm not doing that generally. I've not generally done that, but just want to keep you aware of that, sir.
I appreciate that. I will keep that in mind, and I can represent. I don't have very much left here. So,
Yeah, I'll answer that. I'll answer that. When I voted to protest, I said we did not, the terms that were there were far less than what our template agreement was. And I voted along that line. I felt it sent a bad message to, I think I stated to all the rest of the liquor applicants and people that would come before us. It was a long-standing tradition that I felt we were changing.
what was?
That we were proposing terms that were far more restrictive than what our template agreement was, which was, again, what we were telling, what we had for 15 years plus said, this is what we anticipate or expect licenses to come into. It's what had been discussed with Mr. Nuri throughout this time. So that's why I voted to against the motion.
The one in January.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me? I mean, you're here as an official representative of the ANC, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what the official position of the ANC is in this hearing?
That we were a protestant.
And what is the relief that you're asking from the commission, the board?
That the settlement items that were sent in a letter in our PIF.
Be imposed upon the applicant.
That is the position of the ANC.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. You're on mute, Mr. Klein.
My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gugames, just for clarity of the record, what you referred to APC several times. What is that?
Our Alcohol Policy Committee. It's where we.
Okay, now I want to go to something that you said. You were working with the other protestants. Is that correct? In seeing if this could somehow be resolved?
We were attempting to. We had a very good mediation session, but have proposed several other meetings that we couldn't make happen, but we finally did. And we did hear from some of the protestants in December.
You said, and I wrote it down because it was so striking, that those other protestants insisted on terms that were economically unattractive. Is that what you said?
That was the expectation from that was an expectation that the ANC would propose those terms.
I'm gonna.
And what does that mean economically?
Hold on. What's the objection, Mr. Thomas?
I mean, Mr. Klein just raised an objection during my cross-examination about weighing in on settlement discussions. Settlement discussions amongst the parties and settlement positions amongst the parties are not relevant to this this hearing. And Mr. Klein has just taken that position not 5 minutes ago.
I'd overrule the objection because, again, we're not having. I don't know what the settlement terms are. And so if we start discussing settlement terms, that there is an objection, but I believe that you opened the door where he said that he disagreed with the position of the ANC. And so he's now explaining why is it that he disagreed as a member of the ANC, why he disagreed with that vote in January to move forward with the protest. So I'm overruling the objection. He can answer the question.
Well, I would just say it's not settlement terms, it's settlement position. So we're not, while I agree, we haven't gotten into specific terms. He's characterizing my clients and other protestants' settlement positions in the context of a mediation that's been held by ABRA. And so that would be settlement discussions that this board has ruled on several times in this case is not an admissible area of testimony.
You are correct, Mr. Thomas, but remember, you made a point to make, you made it a point to put it on the record that he was the only member of the ANC who voted against the process. So therefore, he's just explaining why is it, without being specific, he's just giving his rationale why he voted as a member of the ANC not to move forward with the protest. So I'm overruling the objection. He can answer the question.
All right. I'm going to rephrase it if I may. So, Mr. Guggemos, right now we're talking about communications that you had with the representatives of what are now the other protest groups. Is that correct?
Yes, but it was also with Commissioner Joseph. So we were both there at the meeting.
Okay. And someone said that they wanted terms demanded that were, without getting into the terms, because that's not where we're going, but they wanted terms that were, quote, economically unattractive. Correct?
That's correct.
What did that mean, economically unattractive?
I would go objection on hearsay grounds.
Administrative hearing, it's admissible.
I'll overrule the objection. But again, yes, you're correct, Mr. Klein. At an administrative hearing, this is not the court of law in the sense that we go strictly by the hearsay.
Well,
But
then let me update my objection to calls for speculation as well.
but let me. But, I'm sorry, Mr. Guggemos, were you part of this discussion?
Yes.
All right, he can answer the question.
Because the terms and the issues we were told to keep confidential, the question is, what do you expect from the ANC to do? And it was said to provide terms that would be so economically unfriendly that they would find another position. And that was the agreement of all of the people at the table. And it's Commissioner Joseph and I were both, and we both walked away. That was clear.
Okay, so it was to make it so that they would look for another location. I think you may have used the wrong
Yes.
word. I'm not sure of that.
Yeah, I'm sorry that the hours were restrictive, that they couldn't operate.
All right, and there was testimony previously about, you were asked about it, I objected, but it was allowed, about a template agreement and what was being, and the ANC then was asking for something more restrictive than the template. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you also said that even though there's a template, that the ANC will, from time to time, in appropriate circumstances, deviate from the template, correct?
That's correct.
And isn't that deviation done for operators who have proven themselves as responsible and responsive to community concerns?
It's a fair characterization. Yes.
And based on what you know, and you learned of Mr. Nori since you met him and he started making presentations and responding to concerns, isn't he indeed the type of operator for whom the ANC might consider a deviation from the template to be more permissive?
I've never had a former chair of an ANC commissioner come to testify for an applicant in our ANC before. This was the first time.
Now, you said that the goal is to have this template and have everyone kind of abide by the template unless there are deviations that are approved for various reasons, correct?
Correct.
All right. Are you familiar with the application that was made by CAUSA, C-A-U-S-A, LLC, in the fall of 2019?
Yes, I know there was an application.
Okay, and was that for 920 N Street rear?
Yes.
Okay, and that location is in Blagden Alley, isn't it?
Yes.
And in fact, they were approved for full hours, inside and out, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. I'm sorry, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, and Friday and Saturday, 10 a.m. to 3 a.m., weren't they?
Yes, full hours.
All right. So they weren't required to abide by the template, were they?
There's no settlement agreement with them.
Okay. And they have live entertainment as well, don't they?
Yes,
Until 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturday.
yes,
And they're in the alley, aren't they?
yes.
Unlike this business, which has promised and intends to use 9th Street as its entrance and exit.
That's
Correct.
correct.
And they also have live entertainment on the Summer Garden approved as well, correct?
Kaza, yes.
So, you said that there were attempts to find common ground to get this resolved. Were those attempts frustrated by the wishes of protestants who wish to make egregious or have you make egregious settlement demands?
Same objection as to settlement discussions.
I'm not
Whether
getting
our
the
demand
sense.
frustrated settlement is entirely goes to the settlement discussion component of this.
Mr. Chair, council has opened all sorts of doors on settlement discussions with respect to everything except substance of the various parties' positions.
My only question was about whether the template was a starting point for them, and that's it. Council has just asked whether my client's settlement positions stopped settlement between the parties. That was the direct question. To equate the two is like comparing apples to oranges.
I still don't know what your client's position is. So I'm gonna overrule the objection because I don't know what the positions are currently of the parties. So I'll overrule.
The accusation.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
The accusation is that my clients have forced a settlement not to occur. That goes directly to the heart of settlement discussions. Absolutely directly to the heart of settlement discussions.
I don't know that, sir. I mean, clearly we're here at a protest here because the parties were unable to settle the matter. So that's why we're here. So whether or not.
But the question is why they stopped. The question that Mr. Klein is asking is why, in Mr. Gugamos's opinion, that the parties did not settle, and he is attempting to attribute it to the residents, which is entirely goes to why this case didn't settle. It goes to the heart of settlement discussion.
All right, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute, please. I think Mr. Klein is having some technical issues.
And I'll add, or if I should hold off.
Mr. Thomas, hold on. Mr. Klein is not with us. Ms. Johannes, are you able to find out what's going on with Mr. Okay, Mr. Klein, you're not. I can't hear you, sir. Mr. Klein.
Yes, I'm sorry I got on.
Yes, all right. As I was saying before, okay, what were you saying, Mr. Thomas?
I was saying Mr. Klein's line of questioning goes directly into why settlement may not have occurred and is asking Mr. Gugamos to opine on why settlement didn't occur. It goes directly to settlement discussions between the parties. There is no point in having settlement discussions, and the confidentiality of settlement is completely eroded if a party can come in here and claim the other side made terms too onerous and therefore we didn't reach a settlement. That completely goes to the heart of what settlement discussions are. So to claim that has nothing to do with settlement terms is I mean, maybe it doesn't go to the exact precise terms, but it is characterizing the terms, characterizing the party settlement positions, and attributing causation to why this matter did not get resolved in a settlement at mediation. To set a precedent like this would chill settlement discussions in future mediations in front of the ABC board's mediator.
Well, Mr. Thomas, let me say this.
I might chill a party who attempted to completely stonewall the process.
All
I mean, if he wants to, if
tell
Mr.
anybody
Klein
else.
wants to
Gentlemen, all right,
testify, that's
hold on,
fine.
gentlemen.
I'll call him.
All right,
I'll
hold
add
on.
him to my PIF, and we can talk. We can
All
have Mr. Klein's opinion.
All right, gentlemen, all right. There are, let me see who we have several groups here who are protesting this matter. Now, if the ANC was able to reach a settlement with the establishment, then the groups of I believe there are a couple of groups by itself that they would have fallen, and we would have still moved forward with a hearing because of the neighborhood association. So it would have been clear to the board that the ANC was able to sign a settlement agreement with this establishment, and so the groups fell, but we still have a hearing because since the neighborhood association has standing, so it would have been clear. It would have been clear to the parties that, okay, the reason why we're here, it is because of this one specific group could not agree. So I'm going to overrule the objection because it's clear to the board that the parties were unable to reach a settlement agreement, and the by operation of law, the ANC itself could have signed a settlement agreement with the establishment, and all the other groups would have fallen with the exception of your client, sir. So,
but with all due respect, the ANC is here characterizing and is offering sworn testimony characterizing my client's settlement position. So while he's not saying the precise terms, he's using vague adjectives to describe my client's settlement position in his opinion. So that goes to the heart of settlement. I will also add that one of the commissioners at our last hearing asked a question of one of the witnesses about what positions that were taken were reasonable and unreasonable. And Commissioner Anderson, or Chairperson Anderson, you yourself shut down that line of questioning, saying it was irrelevant. So if it was irrelevant 2 weeks ago, it should remain irrelevant now.
all right.
Except for the fact that the door was opened by council.
It was not opened. I mean, I fail to see how it was opened.
I think part of we're on this line of question, Mr. Thomas, because you made it a point to state that it was this commissioner. He was the only ANC commissioner who voted against, who disagreed with the ANC moving forward with a protest hearing, and so that we're here because it's a question that you'd asked, and so I'm going to allow this question, but I think at the same time, I'm not sure if the information that we're gathering today, if this is like relevant to the board to make a decision. I think I want to hear direct testimony. I want to hear from the parties, why is it that they believe that the board should or should not grant a license, and not whether or not one side was unreasonable or whether or not one side was trying to make it economically non-viable for the other side. That's not relevant, I believe, for the board. What we want to know, I want to find out from the parties whether or not we should grant this license, or if we should not, and if we're not going to grant the license, why we should not grant the license. That's what I'm waiting to hear. So I'm going to overrule the objection, but I'm in telling the parties that there are more important issues that I need to hear to enable me to make an effective decision today, because it's clear if the parties were able to, and one thing I've always stated, I prefer the parties settle matters because if the license is granted, you have to live together and everyone is happy. If the license not going to be granted by the board, everyone's going to be unhappy. So where I believe the board wants to hear today is that I need both sides to be clear why the license should be granted or why the license should not be granted. And if the license should be granted, should there be conditions? That's what I want to hear, and I'm not hearing that. So so I'm going to overrule the objection, but just letting parties know that where we are now, it's not helpful. At least in my view, it's not helpful to enable me as one member of this board to make a decision. So let's move on.
Just the frustrating part was there was never a list of items that we were told to keep it confidential that we could share to try to further a negotiation. And yeah, I view it as a personal failure of the ANC. We tried to allow all the parties and, we let it, our responsibility was to move it forward. And I think that we failed in that because we allowed the bus to drive off the road is the best analogy. So it's unfortunate.
All right, Mr. Guggemos, did you find Mr. Nori to be responsive to community concerns?
Yes. Prior to, I think in this statement, prior to even negotiations, he immediately volunteered a number of positions. Not to use the back door, to have cameras, to get an acoustical engineer. So very, very easy to work with on regards to those items that were brought up. We unfortunately, substantively, did not get into the rooftop hours, which is where I felt the issue was going to be.
All right. And there's a suggestion that Mr. Nori failed to reach out to the community. Didn't he do that outreach through the ANC?
The ANC, yeah, that would have, unless he did some other ones, I'm not aware of it. So traditional placards came to our APC meetings, but if there was additional outreach, I don't know.
Did you attempt to coordinate meetings among all the parties, including the applicant and the parties that are now protesting?
Not with the applicant, just with the protestants and the Blagden Alley Neighbor Association, yes.
And what was the result of that?
Unfortunately, I thought we had a very good mediation session, but we were not able to schedule them at all in November. And then December was the first of those meetings, and Commissioner Joseph had a follow-up in December.
Okay. I have no further questions. Oh, no, I have one more. I apologize. You were asked about the plans, and you acknowledged that plans are subject to change. Do you have any reason to believe that the plans that were shown to the ANC are going to change in some way?
No, none. It's, again, I know that the applicant understood his legal obligation as far as the noise ordinance are concerned. And that was, very clear.
Great. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Guggemos, you mentioned, I think Mr. Klein had asked you about an establishment that is in the alley. What's the name of the establishment, please?
CASA?
I'm sorry, what's the name? Cars?
No,
How you spell that,
CASA.
please? CASA?
Mm-hmm.
Because I didn't see that as one of the, is this establishment currently open? Is it operating?
No, not yet.
All right. No, because when Mr. Puente had testified, this was not an establishment that was listed. So what are the hours of, what type of license, I'm sorry, what category of license does this application have? This is establishment. What is it, a CT? What type of establishment is it?
Sir, I do not have that in front of me. So it's either a CT or CR, but that's not, my answer is not helpful.
All right. And what were the hours? What were the hours of operation of this establishment?
They were full hours.
So what are the hours, please, if you're aware?
until 2 a.m. and then during the weekdays, so Sunday through Thursday, and 3 a.m. on Friday and Saturday.
And so you're saying that they're able to have live entertainment?
Yes, until, I want to just speak, specifically, but I believe it's midnight on the weekends. I'm very sorry, Mr. Chairman. We'd have to
All right,
have
that's
to pull it
fine.
in front of me. I don't have it.
All right, do they have a summer garden?
Yes, they do.
All right. All right. Any questions by any of the board members? All right, fine. Let me ask, Mr. Thomas, do you have any follow-up of Mr. Gugelmus based on the questions that I asked?
Yes, I think one or two brief ones. Concerning, what is it? It's CASA? Is that the name
Yes,
of the
sir.
establishment? So that establishment is not open yet, correct?
That's correct.
Did the ANC protest that license?
Sir, I believe so. This was a while back, and there were a number of meetings that I was gone at dealing with elderly parents, but I do believe so.
Did-
And I
Did,
believe that it was not sent in, but
so the ANC didn't have standing, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay, so they didn't actually, they voted to protest, but the protest wasn't properly submitted.
I don't think it was submitted at all.
Okay, so in fact, they didn't actually formally protest.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm just trying to speak exactly what I know, and if I wasn't there or wasn't the chairman at that time, that's my hesitation.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gugelmus. All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas, your first witness, please.
Yeah, Banka calls Lieutenant Curtis Miller.
Lieutenant Curtis Miller. Lieutenant Miller, do you have a camera that you can let us see, sir?
Yeah, can you see me now?
Yes. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, you're a witness, sir.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Miller. Can you please state your name for the record?
Lieutenant Curtis Miller, 3rd District, MPD.
Can you spell your name?
CURTISMILLER.
And you said your name, your rank is a lieutenant, correct?
That's correct.
How long have you held that rank?
2 years.
And how long have you been a member of MPD?
18 years.
And have you been assigned to a specific area during that time?
Several.
Are you presently assigned to the area that Blagden Alley is located in?
Yes.
And how long have you been assigned to that area?
The 2 years I've been lieutenant at the 3rd District.
Okay. And can you quickly just describe to me what Blagden Alley is like on a daily basis from a policing standpoint?
The alley itself provides it harbors some activity that stems from a couple other blocks, 12th Street. There's prostitution problem. There's some drugs at 12th and M. And a lot of that filters into the alley because it gives refuge to the people for illegal activity. So they find their way into the alley a lot of times at night, needles, urinating in public, sometimes assaults, fights between the Johns and the prostitutes, stuff like that.
When you say it gives them, I believe the word you said was refuge.
Yeah, it's a hiding place. It's an alley. So obviously, especially for people that aren't familiar with the area, they look at something like Blagden Alley or a place like Blagden Alley. I don't think they see a residential space, which is really what it is, along with the restaurants. So it appears, especially at night, as just as an alley. And so it attracts the type of behavior that you would find in an alley a lot of times that you would not see in a busy street, say along the 11th Street corridor or U Street or something of that nature.
I see, because it's more secluded from
Correct.
inside.
Correct. And frankly, I mean, the officers, and I've worked with them. I mean, getting them to even know that Black Alley is there and that people live back there sometimes is a challenge.
Okay. In terms of the current crime issues in Blagden Alley that you discussed, how have those changed over the past 2 years that you've been assigned to the area?
There's been an uptick in the drug use. Like I said, that stems from stuff coming from 12th and M, 1100 block of M Street. The unhoused, which has been sort of addressed down by Massachusetts Avenue. We were seeing a lot of activity from the people who are unhoused that come up 10th Street. There's a CVS at 10th and M, and you know that's kind of increased. You know, we just had the prostitution problem is something that's been ongoing for many years, so that's kind of remains that's stable. It's always been there.
So you mentioned drug use just now and prostitution.
Correct.
In your experience as a MPD officer, are those types of crime issues exacerbated by the addition of a nightclub in an area?
No, the stuff I just named that I'm talking about, I think honestly they're separate from what the nightclub would exacerbate, and that would bring stuff like robberies, drunk driving, noise at night complaints, urinating in public from the drunk patrons walking back to their cars. You would have people parking in neighborhoods that they typically, aren't parking in, with Virginia or Maryland tags coming in to enjoy the nightlife. So you're going to get a lot of theft from autos, break-ins, stolen cars. That's the type of stuff that you're going to see an increase in.
Okay.
And that's going to be on top of everything I just named.
Got it. Okay, so these are new problems that are going to arise from the addition of a nightclub or nightclubs in the area.
Correct.
You mentioned noise complaints. Have those become more frequent in Blagden Alley recently?
Yes.
Do you know what?
Not recently. I mean, since I would say my introduction to the ANC meetings and handling them in Banca dating back to last May is when I became aware of them.
And do you know what those noise complaints are generally attributed to?
Patrons of the lost and found, the restaurants and the bars that come out of the alley.
Is it generally attributed more to the bars that are open later?
I would have no way of knowing for sure, but I could speculate. Sure.
Okay.
There's no other reason to be back in that alley.
Right. Are you familiar with a establishment known as Never Look Better?
I am.
Okay. And do you know where that establishment is located?
I do.
Where is that?
Well, I guess the address it carries is 9th Street, but the back of it faces into the Blagden Alley.
And is that where the patrons? Is that the area? Excuse me. Let's strike that. Is that area of Blagden Alley where the patrons of Never Look Better enter and leave the bar?
So I've personally been in the alley on Friday evenings and seen lines stretching down the alley in the back. Yes.
Okay. And are you aware this Never Look Better bar is located in the same exact building that 18th Street Lounge is attempting to open in? Is that correct?
I believe so. I don't know the addresses, but that's my understanding.
So I want to quickly ask you, I guess, a little bit more generally. I forget how long you said you've been serving on MPD for. Did you say 18 years?
18 years. Mm-hmm.
18 years. So during that time, you've watched the city change a lot, correct?
Absolutely.
And have you seen different sort of nightlife pockets expand in the city?
Sure. H Street, 18th Street, U Street, Adams Morgan's decreased, U Street's grown. I was an officer in the 4th District. I can speak to 800 block of Upshur Street is a perfect example. When I came on the department in 2004, there was really nothing there. And by 2015, there was vibrant restaurants, bars, several restaurants. A few even made it onto the Washingtonians top 100 list. It brought lots of pedestrians, people from out of town to eat at these food spots, you know, that were advertised in the post and that kind of thing. And so it became a vibrant area. So I've seen it all over the city, to answer your question.
Right, and when these areas have become more vibrant, crime issues have followed. Is that correct?
Jackson has been qualified as an expert to talk about crime trends or crime statistics.
He's
Go ahead, sir.
I was going to say, he's a lieutenant with the MPD that's been serving for 18 years and is speaking to his own personal experience.
Yeah, I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
You can answer, Lieutenant Miller.
The question was, repeat the question for me. I'm sorry.
When you've seen these pockets become more vibrant with bars, restaurants, nightclubs, has crime followed with it?
Yes.
Okay. And what types of crime have followed with it?
Well, I'll use U Street as an example since it's the most glaring one that I currently deal with. And in the last 10 years, I can, even going back further, when there were only maybe 1 or 2 places to go eat or to go out to the club, there weren't very many robberies, no shootings to speak of. That type of 930 Club just around the corner was probably the most lively spot. And now it is our hardest area to manage, as the 3rd District has in the entire district, for Thursday, Friday, Saturdays into Sunday mornings. So much so that we have our own unit specifically designated just for the U Street corridor because of the robberies, the shootings, the theft from autos, the assaults, etc. Violent crime has definitely increased in that corridor over the last 10 years.
Okay. And as hospitality and liquor establishments have increased, correct?
Yeah, I mean, just in general, restaurants, anything that brings people to the area for a good time.
Okay. Would it be safe to anticipate that as those, that if more nightclubs and late night establishments get open around Blagden Alley, those issues could occur as well?
It's likely.
And would those issues even be exacerbated by the fact that it is an alley as opposed to an open street?
Yeah, I think that from what I've been seeing so far, even the people that are coming out of Never Looked Better, and I don't think they realize they're standing in a residential area. So the noise, the urinating in public, those types of behavior, they think they go unnoticed, essentially.
I see. I see. And by the way, you used U Street as a reference. Is the character of U Street the same type of residential character as Blagden Alley?
I think it's been what it is for a long time at this point. So I mean, it's a mixed use area. I mean, I'm not gonna. I mean, that's the reality of it. There's apartments there. There's apartments there as well. There's we get the same kind of complaints. I mean, everybody that lives in DC sees the motorcycles in the summertime. I mean, I can show you video, and I've seen pictures and video of people that live on U Street, and I think within reason have an expectation, even though they're living on U Street, of some peace and orderliness. But you know, it just attracts so much, like the motorcycles going up and down the street. And it's just too much. It's overwhelming for us from a manpower standpoint. So, you know, it just becomes party central, essentially.
And that behavior used to be located somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, there was no reason to go there. If there's no people there, then there's no reason for everybody to go show off or to hang out. And
one would say it's like history repeating itself, correct?
yes.
So if more nightclubs open up in Blagden Alley, would it be safe to anticipate an increase in public urination?
Yes.
Would it be safe to anticipate an increase in public intoxication?
Yes.
Would it be safe to anticipate an increase in noise complaints?
Yes.
An increase in violent crime
Likely in the form of robberies, yes.
or break-ins or assaults?
There's probably going to be patrons fighting, but I suspect most likely we'll have an increase in robberies because there'll be targeted people. So people that are doing the robberies that come from further uptown, they're going to come down and they're going to see it as a target-rich environment.
Okay. Are you familiar with a nightlife plan that is put forth by the MPD?
You mean for what we deal with on U Street?
Just in general, a general plan that's put forth by MPD for creating security plans for nightlife establishments.
I mean, we have, yeah, I mean, I don't know specifically what you're speaking. So, I mean, we have U Street corridor, we have, we provide a specific unit for on-duty officers, but then we also have an entirely different plan for U Street and Adams Morgan for RDOs, which bars and restaurants all have to pay into. They pay a fee to MPD, and then they provide overtime. And so that ends up being an overtime gig for officers.
And
so that's
the police.
That's the approach.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Lieutenant Miller.
No, that's just, I mean, that's the plan. That's the approach that MPD takes. We have RDOs designated for specific areas like U Street. There used to be some up in Adams Morgan. I believe there still are a few. The Adams Morgan bid, the ADMO bid, they help supplement that for the bars and restaurants in Adams Morgan. That's decreased a lot because U Street is kind of, to your point, U Street is kind of grown, so it's kind of drawn a lot of the attention off of 18th Street. Not as many people go there as they did, say, 15 years ago.
Okay. And the establishments, essentially, just so I understand the program, they fund security for the outside of their establishments to ensure that crime is minimized.
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of whether 18th Street Lounge has reached out to MPD to request this type, what is it, RDO?
Yeah, I don't know if they have or not, if they've gone through our personnel office or not.
Are you aware of whether 18th Street Lounge has reached out to MPD to request any sort of assistance in forming a security plan for their particular establishment?
No, I'm not aware of one.
Okay. I want to show you, if I can show the witness an exhibit.
Ms. Foshburn, can you give Mr. Thomas the ability to share his screen, please? Are you still waiting, Mr. Thomas, or do you have the ability?
I don't have the ability yet.
Ms. Foshburn.
This has been accomplished.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Lieutenant Miller, do you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 15 in the protestants' PIF. It's a document that says best practices for nightlife establishments. And on the top, it says District of Columbia Government Metropolitan Police Department. Do you see that?
Yes.
Are you aware if this is a document that has been published by the Metropolitan Police Department to assist nightlife establishments in creating a security plan?
I'm aware of it. I have not read it.
Okay. Do you know if it's MPD? Do you know what the purpose of this for MPD is?
I mean, I could speculate. It seems like a guidance for establishment.
That's a speculation.
Yeah, I don't.
Did you have an objection, Mr. Klein?
Yes, I objected as to the speculation. If he knows, he knows. If he doesn't, let's move on.
What was the question? I'm sorry. I know the witness testified that he's aware the exhibit, he has not read it. So what was the question? I apologize.
I asked what the purpose of this exhibit was for.
When he said he didn't know, he could speculate, which is when I objected.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Would you agree that it is good practice, Lieutenant Miller, to for a nightlife establishment to have a security plan?
Yes.
And would you agree that the Metropolitan Police Department would be a good source of information in forming a security plan?
Yes.
Have you ever been asked by a nightlife establishment to provide any input in a security plan?
Yes.
Okay. How frequently does that occur?
Not that frequently. I mean, a few times a year. I do walkthroughs. I've gotten calls. I know people in Adams Morgan. For example, Grand Central just recently got their license for gaming.
Oh, wow.
So I've been contacted by the owner, Brian Basile, to assist with. There's a whole different element there: transportation of money and options. Looking for what to do with the department if there was any RDO opportunities, which it turns out there's not, because it falls into the same category as, like, say, a strip club. So I worked with them quite a bit over the last 6 months while they were getting their licensing.
Okay. In terms of a nightlife venue,
Do we need to have this exhibit up, Mr. Thomas?
no, we can take it down now.
You can, so close your screen, please.
Stop share. Here we go. In terms of a nightlife venue's security obligations, would you agree that its security obligations extend beyond its front door?
Yeah, I mean, I've been on ABRA hearings in the past as a sergeant, where I was called because stuff that is spilled outside of the club stemming from, if we can prove that it comes from within, then I've seen licenses suspended. I've seen clubs closed down for a couple days, stuff like that. It's definitely happened.
So you would agree that any security plan should probably anticipate activity that could happen outside the bricks and sticks of a nightlife establishment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Klein?
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Miller.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Miller.
Good afternoon.
I'm Andrew Klein. I am counsel for the applicant. Thank you first for your service. Appreciate it.
Welcome.
Isn't it a fact that crime is increasing all over the District of Columbia at this point?
Yes, it is.
And the premises that we're talking about, are you aware that it's currently vacant?
Yes.
So the fact of the matter is, in terms of service calls, the only thing we might expect there at this point would be a break-in of that very premises, correct?
At this point, yes.
And if a business opens there would necessarily likely be an increase in service calls to that location, correct?
Correct.
All right. There was testimony, you testified concerning existing crime issues in the alley, I think mostly fighting, drugs, prostitution. Does that about sum it up?
Correct.
Isn't it a fact that if an establishment does not have its patrons enter or exit its premises from the alley, then those issues would be mitigated, wouldn't it?
Well, we would just end up with the issues on the 9th Street side of the establishment. People would be in the street. We'd have pedestrian issues, people drunk out in the street, getting robbed on 9th Street instead of the alley, et cetera.
Right, but you testified the alley seems to provide a certain cover that doesn't exist out on the public street, didn't you?
That's correct.
People don't realize they're on the street or in the alley, don't realize there are residents there, and they're correct.
That's correct.
And there are residents there, right?
They are.
And
That's
on
why we're
9th
here.
Street, conversely, there really aren't any residents. It faces the convention center, correct?
Correct.
You're familiar with the term eyes on the street?
Yes.
Are you aware that one of the things contemplated with respect to this application is a roof deck terrace?
I'm sorry, you broke up. I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Are you aware that one of the things that's contemplated with respect to this operation is a roof deck terrace?
Oh, yes.
And that roof deck terrace overlooks the alley? Are you aware of that?
I'm sorry. You keep coming in and out. Am I aware of what?
That the roof deck terrace is contemplated to overlook the alley.
Okay. Yes. I'm aware of where it's located. Well, where it will be located. Yeah.
Okay. The presence of patrons on that roof deck would tend to chill criminal activity in the alley, wouldn't it?
I doubt it. I
You
don't think
doubt
a
it?
whole bunch. Yeah, I don't think a whole bunch of people partying and drinking on top of a rooftop would be too concerned with what goes on in an alley.
And you don't think the people in the alley that are perpetrating those crimes of prostitution and drug usage and would have you are concerned about being viewed and identified from people on the roof deck?
No.
Isn't that the very concept of eyes on the street?
Yeah, but that's not exactly applied in the correct manner that you're talking about. You're talking about people partying. Let's be honest. I mean, people going up to a rooftop deck to have a good time aren't going to care too much. I mean, I've witnessed it. People who aren't even drinking or partying a lot of times aren't the best witnesses. So I don't think somebody at 2 a.m. on a rooftop listening to music, drinking would be the exact application of eyes on the street that you're referring to.
Isn't the concept of eyes on the street not the behavior of the eyes, but those that are potentially being viewed? Isn't their activity chilled by the possibility or likelihood that they're going to be seen engaging in criminal activity?
I mean, I could take you to U Street and disprove what you just said every single Friday and Saturday. I see it every week. So no, I don't think so.
Okay. All right. So you're saying if there's a sidewalk cafe on the street and people are out there eating and drinking, that doesn't tend to have any negative effect on criminal activity?
I mean, if you're familiar with any of the crime in the city, I mean, last summer we had a shooting right at 14th and R, right in the middle of eating hours. Patrons were out on the sidewalks and it didn't deter the shooting one bit.
Oh,
So-
I'm very well aware of that situation, but that doesn't define trends, but we'll move on. Now, you were asked about potential increase in crime based upon concentration of nightclubs like U Street, 14th Street, Adams Morgan. And you said that crime tended to increase when there was a concentration of such activity, correct?
Correct.
You don't believe the addition of this one license is going to result in the type of concentration of activity that you're talking about that would increase crime, do you?
Not to that degree, no. I know what you're getting at, so no, but it's about the consideration of, the community. But am I comparing that to U Street? No.
All right. And you said that, one of the things that increases crime is having a reason to go there, a reason to go to the neighborhood, right?
Correct.
Isn't there already a very big reason to go to this neighborhood in the form of the convention center located directly across the street from this proposed establishment?
Yeah, but not at 2 and 3 in the morning.
Okay, but the people that go to conventions don't they come to the district to then enjoy eating establishments, drinking establishments, nightclubs, taverns, bars, whatever you want to call them?
Sure, they go up to U Street.
They all go up to U Street?
Yeah, go up there on a Friday night. That's where everyone is.
So everyone from the convention center goes to U Street.
You get what I'm saying. Not everybody, obviously, literally, but
Now,
I think there's a few places that are in the neighborhood, Lost and Found, that are on that street.
okay, but Lost and Found is not on that street. It's in the alley, isn't it?
Well, it's on 9th Street. Just like the other.
Don't you enter from and exit to the alley to Lost and Found?
I think you can go in either side. I'm not sure. I don't know what their regulations are.
All right. Now, in terms of increases in crime, you talked about public urination and public drunkenness and other things. Doesn't a lot of that, in many cases, depend upon the quality and the character of the operator?
You mean impacting the crime in the neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, don't better operators tend to manage that better, and don't they have more of a minimal effect on a neighborhood than a not so good operator?
I honestly don't think that the operator of the establishment has much control over the crime in the neighborhood, to be honest with you. I think it's just the draw of the people that creates the environment for the criminals.
Okay, even though, as you testified earlier, they're supposed to be responsible for activity outside their premises?
I mean, that's what they're held to, yeah. I mean, I've seen it happen. I've seen it where ABRA licenses are pulled because of stuff that happens inside. So,
okay, you were asked whether you knew whether this operator had reached out to MPD concerning RDO, reimbursable detail.
Mhm.
And you said you didn't know. Is there any reason why an establishment not yet open would reach out to MPD concerning RDO unless they simply didn't know about it?
I mean, they may be looking into it for, getting it set up for the future and the preparation. I mean, I don't know why anybody would in good faith open an establishment and then wait for something bad to happen before looking into it. I don't even know if it's an option for them. I mean, they would have to go through risk management to find out.
Okay, but they don't have any need for RDO if they're closed, if they haven't opened yet, correct?
Correct.
And certainly until they get closer to opening and they have a license, isn't it, when you reach out to RDO, you're arranging for RDO officers, correct?
Correct.
And there's no reason for them to arrange for RDO officers if they don't yet have a license, is there?
I guess not.
Okay. And then you testified that MPD is a good source of info for a security plan, which I don't think anyone would disagree with, but that was your testimony, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But if someone has been a successful operator for 25 years and operated their establishment with almost no incidents, they may not need that assistance. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, I mean, if they're comfortable handling their establishment.
And they have a proven track record of handling their establishment, and they may not need that assistance, correct?
I would agree with that.
Okay, so there's no conclusions to be drawn as to whether someone did or did not reach out to MPD concerning their security plan, are there?
No, I mean, I was just answering the question as to whether or not they did or not. I have no idea. I mean,
I understand. Right, I think that is all the questions I have. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions by any board members? All right. Mr. Thomas, do you wish to do any redirect? Any brief redirect?
I do not.
All right, thank you. Lieutenant Miller, thank you very much for your testimony today. Thank you.
welcome.
And
All right.
have a great day.
Take care, everyone.
All right, then. Hold on.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Miller.
Do you have another witness, Mr. Thomas?
I do. I'd like to call Amir Sheikh to the stand.
Amir Sheikh, where is, all right. Mr. Sheikh, yeah, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Your witness, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Amir Sheikh, AmirShaikh.
Thank you. So Amir, where do you currently reside?
1233 10th Street, Northwest.
Okay.
It opens up onto Blagden Alley.
Okay. So the rear of your house is directly adjacent to Blagden Alley?
Yes, and it's accessible as well.
Okay. When you say it's accessible, what do you mean by that?
I can walk into the alley going out the back of my house.
Okay. And how long have you lived there for?
We've lived here since 2018, I think 2017. We bought the house in 2018. We moved in the house.
Okay.
And I've lived in the neighborhood since 2003.
All right. And when you say the neighborhood, how far away from Blagden Alley?
I used to live 3 blocks away.
And now you live directly on Blagden Alley.
Yes.
Okay. Who do you live with?
My wife and my 2 children.
And how old are your children?
3.5 months, which is why I'm so tired, because she was up till 4 a.m. and not letting me sleep, and at 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. So I apologize for being sleepy. And my son is 27 months, so 2 years old.
Okay. And what do you do for a living?
I am the advisor to the senior vice president and general counsel at the World Bank.
All right. And you said general counsel. Does that mean you're a lawyer?
Yeah, I'm a New York barred lawyer.
Okay. And as a barred lawyer, you have ethical obligations to be honest and make honest representations, correct?
Yes.
In addition to the oath you just swore.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to pivot for a second and ask you, so how long have you lived in Washington, D.C. for?
On and off for probably 10 years. My wife was born and raised here, who also lives with me. So she was actually born in the district. So our kids are now 2nd generation.
Okay. And in that time that you've lived in DC on and off, did you ever become familiar with the 18th Street Lounge?
Absolutely. I used to be a patron.
Okay. And when you say you're a patron at its old location on 18th.
Yeah,
correct?
on 18th Street, yes.
Oh. Can you just describe your patronage, what it was like?
I mean, I was in law school at the time. We used to go there on a regular basis. It kind of, for us, was more of an after-hour spot. We actually used it as an after-hour spot after our wedding. We asked our guests who wanted to stay later than the venue to head to 18th Street Lounge, and we'd reserved some space. So my wife and I have been patrons for a long time at 18th Street Lounge.
And in your experience, it's a spot that's open late, correct?
Yeah, it's a spot you go to listen to some music, have some drinks, have fun at.
Loud music?
Yeah.
Lots of dancing?
Absolutely.
It's noisy?
Yes.
Okay. So, sorry. I want to go back to the alley for a second. How do you live right next to Blagden Alley? How do you use Blagden Alley on a daily basis?
Yeah, so we use Blagden Alley all the time. I mean, especially during the pandemic, it's probably gone up a lot. And since we've had kids, we play with our kids in the alley. They were like, my son rides his tricycle back and forth up and down the alley. We shop in the businesses. So we go to all the restaurants, we order pickup from them. We've been supporting them throughout. We go to Selu. We actually invited all of the Blagden Alley and Naylor Court architects to bid when we did our renovation, just because we wanted to use kind of the local businesses. So we're really active in the alley. I used to be a Reformation Fitness member, which is a gym in the alley. We used Dogtopia for our dogs. So we were using all sorts of businesses in the alley on a daily basis.
Okay. And are you the only family that uses the alley, or do you see other families using the alley as well?
I see other kids and families and people walk their dogs in the alley and play back there. It's during, that's what we do.
How do the neighbors know each other back there? Does everyone keep to themselves, or do they, speak and interact?
It's interesting. So on the side of the alley where we're at, especially, most of us are homeowners. We're not there's not that many renters that I'm aware of. There's a lot of primary owners who own the house and live in the house, or their condos. So a lot of us recognize each other, know each other, say hi. We stop on the street. Pre-pandemic, there used to be, sidewalk parties or things like that would happen, so people could get to know each other. That's how I met a lot of my neighbors. And trick or treat, all of it, like Halloween, we all get to know each other.
So your neighbors directly next to you on the alley, all as homeowners, have a vested interest in that space.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's part of your community.
Yes.
Now, in terms of what is it like living directly adjacent to an alley that's sort of a mixed use alley? Because I mean, it would be fair to say that Blagden Alley is not like other alleys, right?
No, that's fair. That's why we bought our house here, actually. We specifically moved to this neighborhood because of the alley. I'm not somebody who's like a NIMBYer who's like, not in my backyard, stay out businesses. No, I moved here because there were restaurants, because there were, establishments, there were businesses. We could walk to everything. We could be there. We love the art that's in the alley. We love the double historic nature. It's actually one of the things which attracted us to the alley, is that it had a certain feel. It had a history to it. It had a way of being. And I mean, one thing that we've got in our space is we've got a little bit of a private enclave, which is nice and quiet. And then when you go out into the alley, you can walk a little bit, and it becomes a little bit more lively, but that liveliness ends at some point. So around 10 p.m., generally the alley's quiet again. So for us, it's a great mix of being able to be, in a place with activity. You don't have an alley that's only used for trash cans and dumpsters and things like that, but you have something that's, livable and walkable. We thought it was just super, it's really unique in the city.
Okay. And when you talk about the unique nature of the alley and its businesses there, what is the business community like there?
I mean, it's interesting. So SALU hires people in the local community. You actually see them out there sweeping in front. It's a mix of restaurants and professional services. And there's some bars as well. We're not, so it's a mix. I mean,
what during the day, what's a day in Blagden Alley look like?
Well, lately it's been a lot of delivery trucks and traffic, which has been quite frustrating. But during the day, I see, my neighbors across the street playing in the alley. My kids are out there every day, either with us or with the nanny. You've got, businesses kind of operating. There's an office or there's a couple of offices in the alley, so you see people in and out of the alley. The coffee shop La Colombe attracts quite a few patrons that kind of walk through the alley. It's a chill place. Anybody who's been there loves it.
So what's the night like then?
Usually the nights are actually pretty quiet until Never Look Better came in, to be blunt. I think you guys have all heard about that. It was, Calico came into the neighborhood. They have an outdoor area. You go there, you can have a drink after work or something like that. And it kind of chills out after 9, 10 o'clock. I think they close stuff down, or it goes inside and goes quiet. And then the alley is pretty empty. I mean, it's quiet. I mean, there's not a lot. Late at night, as you heard from Curtis Miller or Lieutenant Miller, we do find things out back in the alley. We find, needles. We do find used condoms. We find stuff. We have artwork on a lot of our garages. We actively chose not to put artwork on our garage because we didn't want people lingering outside of our alley, because you can hear it, because noise carries like crazy in the alley. So we discussed it as neighbors, and that's one of the decisions we made.
What in terms of things going quiet around, what time do the businesses and specifically for the purposes of this hearing, the ABC licensed businesses start to shut down their operations?
So I think it varies a little bit. I think the latest is like 12. I mean, on the weekends it might be a little bit later. But you know, when I go out there at night, it's, I mean, it's quiet. There's just not a lot of, you know, it's like the Dabney is there, but it's a restaurant, right? So restaurant finishes. I mean, I feel like the kind of nature and character of the alley is almost like a place you go for kind of like, if you want to go party, this is not the place you come, right? Like if you want to go out, you want to, you know, have a late night, the alley isn't that. You may start your night there or start your evening there, but you're going to move on to U Street or something else. It's very close to U Street, so it makes there. But it's not an end of night destination. It's kind of a beginning of night, you know, maybe launching pad. So you go have dinner, you know, go get a drink somewhere and then move on.
Okay, so you wouldn't describe the crowd as a nightlife, or excuse me, a nightclub type of crowd?
No, I mean, prior to Never Look Better, no, it tended to be a little bit older, a little more sophisticated. Never Look Better has attracted much younger patrons that are less respectful of their environment, for lack of trying to say it diplomatically. Sorry, that's my World Bank side. Sparing you guys the details.
Well, why don't you tell me about the issues that the community has? Well, first of all, just to confirm, Never Look Better is in the same exact building that 18th Street Lounge is proposing to open up in. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And that's, I mean, going back to that, something I noticed when Detective Miller was testifying was, you know, I think he was asked whether it was vacant, that building, or not. It's not vacant. There's Never Look Better in it. And so Never Look Better has had lots of line issues going into the alley, blocking traffic. There's a ton of trash, a lot of broken glass, bottles and things like that have really been increased. And we have kids playing in the alley. So I'm like hypersensitive to having broken glass in that space. You know, I'm very conscientious of that. There's Uber drivers, Lyft drivers getting lost and stuck in the alley. That's probably the most annoying thing. I think all the residents of the alley hate, you know, are the Uber and Lyft drivers that get stuck, block our traffic. I've had to sit there both in the day and the night with that. You know, trash cans, there's been the streeteries that have popped up that have just blocked free flow and like really changed the kind of nature of the area.
Okay. And in terms of the sound, so you mentioned earlier that the sound carries. Does the sound carry worse at night when a lot of the other businesses, for example, like the Dabney or the other sort of have kind of closed up?
Yeah, it does. I mean, we like, you know, a lot of, you know, people have roof decks in the alley, right? Most people in the alley aren't using their roof decks 24/7, right? They may use it once a month or whatever it is, or once whatever. You hear everything. Like I can literally participate in their conversations. You know, there's another place on N Street. I could easily participate in their conversations. The sound just, I think because it's an alley, because it's in the back, you know, there's not a lot of really tall buildings or anything knocking it down. The roof, the sound just carries. I mean, I'm not a sound engineer or anything like that, but you can hear when people are out back in the alley and like, you know, I can hear conversations from Lost and Found when people leave out the back of Lost and Found, which is on the other side of the alley. So we have a straight view to it. And so the sound just carries through.
I was going to say, does the sound carry worse at night when there's not a lot of sort of background, when there's not a lot of background noise?
Yes, absolutely.
And you mentioned this uptick in traffic. When you were talking about uptick in traffic, I kind of want to talk about two separate types of traffic, right? So first, trucks. I want to show you an exhibit, if you don't mind. Sure. I believe I have the share screen ability already, so bear with me 1 second as I pull it up. Show you. There we go. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay. I'm showing the witness what has been marked as Exhibit 10. in the Banca Protestant PIF. Do you see those pictures there?
Yep.
Is that sort of an accurate representation of how the delivery trucks operate in the alley presently?
All too often, and my son loves it though, because he gets to watch the delivery trucks and trash trucks, so he gets very excited. But we often get stuck in the car trying to get out of the alley because I don't know if you look in the exhibit 10, the middle picture, you see the garbage truck where it's parked. It basically that happens way too often. We get delivery trucks parked around there, and that blocks all 4 ingress and egress points to the alley. It's really dangerous. But we oftentimes have trucks just stop there. It's a crapshoot. We play a game when we come home of which alley entrance we can use to get to our house where we won't find a delivery truck blocking it.
And these delivery trucks are servicing the businesses in the alley, correct?
Yes.
Now that middle picture that you were just referencing that has let me see if I can use my right here right by the little murals on the garage doors. Can you see that?
Yep.
Am I correct? Is that the sort of row that you live in there?
We live a little bit further back from that. There's a resident who lives up there, above the love sign. But
right there, right literally in those windows, right above there.
yeah,
Okay. In terms of sound, are these trucks loud?
yes.
How frequently do they come?
I mean, every day. Like, I mean, I don't know. There always seems to be something. I mean, there's a trash truck every morning that goes through. You see alcohol delivery, restaurant delivery, food delivery. There's all sorts of stuff happening.
And
I mean, I'm not out there 24/7, right? So I hear it though when I'm sitting, in my kitchen. You hear the trucks go by.
right. And then in terms of your time, I think you said 4 years living there. There have been more businesses that have opened up there since you have lived there, correct?
Yeah, I mean, businesses have come and gone through the alley.
Or would you say there are more businesses there now than when you first moved in?
Probably like Calico opened since we were there. There's some other stuff on 9th Street which has come and gone. So I think Selu opened after we were there.
Has the truck traffic increased?
Yes. I think it's also just gotten worse during the pandemic. Something I don't know what switched, but suddenly we had a lot of delivery trucks, whereas before there weren't nearly as many. It didn't seem to be nearly as big of a problem. Now it's a nuisance.
And then in terms of not commercial traffic, but sort of Uber, Lyft, ride sharing, personal car traffic, has that increased at all?
Yeah, I mean, it's increased. It's probably been there for a while, but you can tell who the Uber and Lyft drivers are because they turn down to our side of the alley, which does not have an exit. And so they run into the dead end. And then they also tend to have Virginia, Maryland, they're not DC license plates. And quite frankly, we know the cars that the people, you see some of the cars parked there. I can tell those are usually people going to La Colombe. That truck that's there, if I'm not mistaken, that's either one of the residents who lives right there at the end of the alley. Sometimes they park their truck.
This truck?
The pickup truck. If you go down, there's a nose of a pickup truck. I'm pretty sure
right
that's their truck. We know the cars, we know the people in the alley, right? So you know who lives in the alley and you know who is passing through the alley. It's pretty easy to identify.
Are the rideshare cars loud? Do they create noise issues?
Not really noise issues. I mean, when people get in and out, it's more you have kind of in the evenings, you have drunk people looking for their ride shares. And so they're kind of walking up and down the alley because it's you put in Blagden Alley and it's an H shaped for those of you who aren't familiar with it. So there's multiple ingress and egress points. So you have people walking up and down and around looking for where their ride share is going to meet them.
So do you have people lingering in the alley looking for a ride share or waiting
all the time? Yes.
And do they create sound issues?
Yeah, they're talking to each other while they're waiting or looking and doing stuff. You hear them. I mean, noise carries, especially at night.
Right. And these are people that are patrons of the businesses that abut the alley, correct?
That's correct.
I want to talk about trash for a second too. So I'm going to scroll down here. And you see these photographs here. Is this an accurate depiction of what the trash situation in Blagden Alley currently looks like?
Sadly, yes. It was not like this when I moved in.
Okay, so it's only gotten worse recently.
Oh, absolutely.
And where is this trash coming from, if you know?
I mean, it's definitely not any of the residential buildings because you can kind of tell they're Tenleytown trash. They're all private trash vendors. They're not the public city ones. Most of it is food and alcohol bottles, so it's probably coming from the businesses along in and around the alley.
Okay. And do you have any knowledge as to why this trash has sort of gotten worse?
I think a lot of it's probably due to the streeteries and the pandemic. So like you can no longer access the alley, like kind of places where they were. There's also been a turnover in businesses. So like it's funny, the pictures that you're showing don't show some of our, I would call them better neighbors. So like Calico doesn't have its trash out, Dabney doesn't put its trash out into the alley. So there's you know, we have kind of people who take pride in the alley and you know own the alley with the community and those who don't.
Okay. And has there been any plans to deal with any of these trash issues?
We have complained to the city many times because I don't understand how you can store like in a historic alley that is supposed to be like a you know residential pedestrian traffic, how you can just literally block the streets with trash cans. I don't know what else to do. We've tried DDOT, we've tried 311, we've tried I'm a citizen. I'm not full time sitting here trying to do everything. You can only complain so many times, and you just get frustrated.
Right. Has there been any proposal for you know the businesses to deal with the trash in Blagden Alley?
I mean, I heard for the first time, 2 weeks ago, I heard Mr. Nuri say that they were, or I don't know if it was Mr. Nuri or Ms. Jordan, say that they were going to do a trash compactor with the businesses. Nobody's talked to me about that before. That was news to me. Never heard it when we asked about trash plans along the way. When you know at the ANC meetings when we were here, we kept asking about trash and noise and all the typical things anybody would be concerned with. You know, first time I hear it is at a protest hearing that they have a new plan.
Right. And do you recall where they said that trash compactor was going to be located?
No, they didn't say it. And I think they said Patrick Welch's lots, and Patrick lives across the street. Like we know Patrick. I know he owns a bunch of the lots in the alley. You know, a lot of those, some of the empty lots that it would get placed on that he owns are on the resident, like on our side of the alley, next to the residences. So I don't know where they're planning on putting it. There's no specificity. As a community member, I have no way of knowing.
Do you have concerns as a community member as to whether a trash compactor will cause noise issues for your house?
Yes, I'm sure everybody buys a multi-million-dollar house to live next to a trash compactor. No, of course, yeah. I mean, I'm being sarcastic, but yes, of course, I have issues and concerns.
And you know, issues and concerns about pests and rodents that could come from a trash compactor next to your home?
Oh, my son again loves watching the rats that come in and out of the alley because of all of the trash from the restaurants.
Right.
He gets very excited by them. We do not, however. We try to keep them away. I mean, it costs us money. We have pest control. We call 311, have the DC Rat Squad come out. We have private pest control as well because trash is a huge problem in the alley.
Right. You also mentioned sort of some of the more unsavory aspects of living in an alley that I think Officer Miller also talked about in terms of drugs and prostitution and things like that. I'm showing you a picture right now. Are these sort of accurate pictures of the alley and what you would see in the alley?
I mean, they're obviously taking.
Jackson, this establishment is not open. What does this have to do with my client's application or his proposed establishment?
If I may respond, it goes to the current issues that are in the alley, and whether adding 270 drunk patrons at 3 a.m., whether they will be exacerbating these particular issues. It was testified to by Lieutenant Miller, and I think the character of the alley and the issues that exist are extremely relevant.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Answer the question if you can.
Yeah, I mean, we've had an increase in trash and things like that over the past 12 months. I don't know exactly, 15 months, something like that. It's been a huge increase. And I think just maybe I'm going to just take a little liberty and just say, look, as a community member, one of our challenges is we've been seeing this increase in crime. We've seen an increase in trash. We've seen an increase in noise. We've seen an increase in traffic. It's been harder to park. And we want, before we add more load into the alley and things like that, we want to make sure that there's a plan. We expect businesses and residents to come with something so we can fix the existing issue. We don't want to add on to the existing issues. We want to, we want a place that we can live and work and play.
And I'm showing you another picture that is people urinating, it appears at night in the alley. Is that consistent with what things that you've seen in the alley?
Smelled more than seen, but yeah, a little of both.
Okay. I'm going to move to let Exhibit 10 into the record, to admit Exhibit 10.
Mr. Klein? Any objections, Mr. Klein? I can't hear you.
Looking as to what Exhibit 10 encompasses, there are a number of pictures that are not broken up. So let me just make sure that we've identified all of them. It's 444 pages. I object. I don't object to those that have been identified. I don't object to the photos in terms of what he says they characterize. But there are other photos here and other language here which I do object to, and I think we're in a disadvantage in that these exhibits were not properly separated as distinct exhibits.
All right, so what is Exhibit 10?
Exhibit 10, and I've been scrolling through it. It starts here.
Are you able to give me a page number among these?
Yeah, absolutely. Exhibit 10 starts in the PDF. It would be page 363.
363.
So so how many pages is Exhibit 10?
It goes from page 363 to 368.
Only the first page and a half has been identified and discussed. We don't have an objection to that. We would object to the rest of it. It looks like testimony.
We've first of all, the first 3 pages have been gone through. The 4th page deals with sound, which I have been discussing with the witness for an extensive period of time, and the 5th page deals with sound. I'm happy to go through if I need to go through them, I can go through them. But that type of testimony and testimony about the sound has been extensively offered by this witness already.
Yeah, I know, but he's not an expert, and we have opinions as to projected sound and reflected sound and things to which he's not competent to testify.
Into his experience in the alley. And I will stipulate to the fact that the witness is not an expert. In fact, I think the witness testified himself that he is not an expert. So I don't think there's any confusion on that point.
And then we have links. And then we have, and I guess then we go to 11. The last page I would certainly object to.
What's the last page? Let's go through the.
Yeah, it's a little hard to tell what page is which. As I understand it, the first page is made up of 4 photographs. Correct?
All right.
Correct.
All right.
I don't have any objection to that. I don't have any objection to the second page. I think he authenticated that. He didn't really authenticate the third one. It was sort of like, yeah, this is kind of like stuff that I've seen, but I don't even know that it's the alley. He doesn't know where this picture was taken.
I'm happy to authenticate it. I can actually identify the alley. I was actually with the person who took the pictures when they took some of these pictures.
Well,
Happy to go
Mr.
through it. If
Thomas,
you want to go through one by
Mr.
one, we can
Thomas,
spend the time.
I'm sorry, who is speaking? Who said that they can, who
Sorry,
said
that was me, the witness. I mean, I know where all these places are.
Well, why don't you have him go through all the pages, Mr. Thomas? Because I still don't, I don't have the document in front of me. I could pull it because to see how many pages this document is. So let's go through all the pages and then we'll decide. So let's start at page 1.
Okay, page 1, which we've talked about already, Mr. Sheikh, but can
All right.
you recognize these photos?
I do.
Are they true and accurate depictions of Blagden Alley,
Yes.
as you've experienced them as a resident of the alley?
Yes.
Do you see this page that is on the screen?
Yes.
Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
Are they true and accurate depictions of Blagden Alley as you've experienced them as a resident?
Yes.
Objection is to what he's experienced. We're talking about these photos. Can he identify these photos? Not what he's experienced.
He literally just said, I recognize these photos. These are the photos of the alley.
Well, that's not what you asked him.
That is exactly what I asked him.
All right, gentlemen. All right.
Mr. Chair, what was asked is this the type of thing that you've experienced, or words to that effect? I didn't hear, yes, I was there, you know, this particular photo is an accurate depiction of what I observed at this location at this time, which is what would be needed to authenticate a photograph.
That's exactly what was testified, but I'll say it again. Is this an accurate depiction of what you have observed in the alley?
Yes. I mean, if you want, I can go through and tell you which buildings and probably where people were standing. I know this alley backward and forward. I just don't think it's an efficient use of time.
Right, and in fairness,
Hold on, Mr. Sheikh, you're the witness, sir. You only speak when a question is shared to you, sir. Please. All right. This is page 2. Where's page 3? Can the witness identify page 3? What is page 3?
So page 3 looks like it's pictures of trash. The one on the left is taken by the parking lot. I can recognize the asphalt and the boundary stone that's there and some of the other identifying markers. Middle picture is trash that's outside of the building, the white brick building that's right across from where 18th Street Lounge is. The top left one is taken on that same wall. The one on the bottom right is in front of what I think might be Patrick's office, but it's right there at the corner. That's the yellow traffic barrier that's in the middle of the alley. I can go through each one. I mean,
all right, that's page 3, page 4.
can you identify these photos?
Yes, page 4, it's in front of the John Thompson picture, somebody urinating on the light post that's right across from where me and a lot of the neighbors live. The picture to the right is, I believe that's the streetery in front of Tiger Fork, and you're looking down, you can see all the residences in the background of that picture.
All right, page 5.
Page 5, you see the picture on the right?
Yeah, page 5, it's similar to the picture on number 1. It's a picture of the alley facing right, so on the map, I'm sorry, trying to get my east from the west side of the alley, looking down kind of the main corridor of the alley. There in the distance, you see Tiger Fork, La Colombe, it's Blagden Alley. On the right side is the Love Mural. On the left side is the old stable building.
And as far as the text and the picture on the left-hand side, is that consistent with your experience of how noise and sound in the alley works?
As a layman, yes.
Page 6.
Page 6, we can wait, page 6, yes, page 6. I can play both these videos for you if you'd like.
Yeah, I would need to see the videos. I don't know the links. I mean,
right.
I've probably seen them before, these videos.
Remember, we had a sound issue the last time.
I mean, I can't hear any of the sound, but I recognize where that video was taken. Again, facing eastward into the alley, in the middle of the alley. That's
Have you
Tiger
seen
Fork and
Have you
not
seen
Cologne.
that video before?
Yes, I have. And you can hear people talking. There's an Uber driver about to pull up, who was backing down one of the dead ends of the alley, got lost, and is coming back down. You can see them coming right now. And so it's probably people, I can't tell exactly what they're doing, but I think this is like some of the Never Look Better people who access the alley from the back.
I'll agree to, in the interest of time, excise the final page and use the other ones.
All right, so Exhibit 10 is page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Correct.
It's admitted into evidence. All right.
Thank you.
I don't have any objection to the photos. I do object to the editorial content and ask that it be stricken.
All right. They're in evidence just for the photos, because that's what the witness described what's in the photos. All right.
I'm gonna stop sharing my screen now. Okay. I want to quickly talk about crime. You just saw photos of public urination. Is that a common type of crime you've noticed in the alley recently?
Yes, there's actually been a huge rash of break-ins that we've been having in the alley. Me and my immediate neighbors, we all had our cars broken into on the same night.
Okay. Are you aware of any other? Oh, you said you and your neighbors.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, my immediate neighbors. So I have, 1235. They're also part of the group of 5 Protestants or group of 6 Protestants. I can't remember, 5 or 6 now.
Are you aware of other neighbors that besides your immediate neighbors that have
Yes, I mean, through building like kind of neighborhood listservs and other ways community talk to each other and just talking to people, it's been a huge spike in break-ins. We're having a real problem in the alley with crime.
Okay. Now, I want to just ask you generally, you have testified you used to patronize 18th Street Lounge. I want to know, what is your opinion of 18th Street Lounge coming to the Blagden Alley neighborhood?
So when I first heard about 18th Street Lounge coming in, I was actually excited. I thought it'd be a great addition, kind of generally speaking. It's actually been this process of trying to work with them or not being able to work with them that has been more concerning than anything. We moved in, like I said earlier, we moved into this neighborhood. We knew there were bars, we knew there were restaurants. We're not afraid of them. But there was a new concept, so we listened to what it was. We asked to kind of give input. We gave input at ANC meetings. We, offered ourselves to discuss our concerns over noise and trash. And every time we tried, it kept running into walls or misled or broken telephone, where we had, our ANC not communicating things clearly, who was our representatives. It's been a very frustrating process. It's just like somebody who's got 2 young kids, a full-time job, the number of, you can only give so much to this, right? Like, it's been really frustrating. And I think why I'm frustrated with it is, I have a sense that, not just a sense, I hear one thing one day and the next thing something changes from the applicant. So I can never get a story of what they're coming in to do. And I think that has led to a situation where I don't have a lot of confidence they're going to be good neighbors. So taking that away, adding it on to the compounded problems we've had with Never Look Better, who are not good neighbors. We just have I care about my community. I don't want it to be destroyed. I don't want it to be ripped apart. And I want neighbors who are good. So I want businesses to come in. I don't want that place sitting empty, but I want it to come in and fit the character of the alley. Like, it's a historic neighborhood. I want it to be similar.
What are the concerns that you tried to express to, sorry, I almost said Never Look Better, to 18th Street Lounge?
Yeah, so, I try to follow process. I'm a good World Bank bureaucrat. I like my process. So, the ANC said they were representing us. So I sent an email to all the ANC commissioners listing out my concerns, which I assumed would be incorporated in to the conversations with 18th Street Lounge. I also spoke at ANC meetings multiple times. I brought up specifically trash, noise, parking. The sidewalk on 9th Street is super narrow. When I walk by with my, you can barely get by with a stroller. It's almost impossible during the day to get by with a stroller. It's that narrow without having to go into the street. I brought up concerns about the hours, concerns about a summer garden and the noise carrying out of it. I raised all these issues in public forum with my name out there into the public and got attacked for it, which was great.
So I want to get to that in a second, but did you ever reach out or offer to speak directly with Mr. Nori about what was going on?
Yes.
And did he ever respond to your invitation to have a conversation as a concerned neighbor that lived on the alley?
No.
How many times did you ask Mr. Nori to have a conversation?
So I'm trying to be careful of the settlement line or not settlement line. I know at ANC meetings, which were public hearings, not part of any other negotiations, I offered my name and I sent him my email address and I stated on the record I'd be happy to speak to them anytime.
Okay. And in terms of what response did you get?
I never heard anything from Jordan or Fareed. I did get tweeted at after the first time by the 18th Street Lounge resident DJ who called me a racist for opposing Black and brown businesses the week that I was organizing a conference on racial justice in international development. So I appreciated that one. That made me chuckle, but made my wife awfully concerned because it felt like we were getting attacked.
Right. So you tried to reach out to 18th Street Lounge to discuss issues of noise, traffic, parking, crime, and the result was you were attacked by an affiliate of 18th Street Lounge. Is that correct?
Yeah, by resident DJ, whoever he was. I mean, he spoke on their behalf at the ANC meeting. He was, he then personally it started attacking, which I try to rise above, but it's, it just created that's part of the reason for doing it. And we brought that concern up to the owners because, we were like, look, how can we have a productive dialogue as a community when we're being attacked? And I know they've said the same thing, but I don't think it's quite, it's just, this is just not, it's not productive at all, bluntly.
Do you think that if you had a conversation with Mr. Nori, you would have been able to raise some of these issues?
Sure. But I did raise the issues on different venues that we can't go into, but the issues, I have brought up have been consistent. I care about security. I care about noise. I care about trash, right? I care about the character of the neighborhood. I care about the safety. I want my kids to be able to play in the alley. I want to be able to walk down 9th Street and not have to be accosted by a line going around drunk people. I want to make sure that the alley is quiet. I want hours. I do not think a summer garden makes sense in the alley. I've been really concrete and specific as possible. I always try to be concrete and specific.
That's all I have right now. Thank you.
Mr. Klein?
Yes. Good afternoon. So I want to go through that litany of issues you just raised. You said you're concerned about security, correct?
Yes.
Concerned about noise?
Yes.
Concerned about safety in the alley?
Yes.
Quiet in the alley?
I don't think I said quiet, but if I said quiet,
what else?
Noise and quiet are kind of two sides of the same coin.
Okay. Anything else? Did I miss anything of your litany? Trash?
Yep. I can pull up my notes and tell you everything I said because I write things.
Well, no, I want to know what you just said because I was trying to take notes on it. And it was coming in
trash,
pretty quick.
noise, safety, security, safe passage, summer garden hours, noise off the roof deck, the historic character of the alley.
Okay. All right. So let's take the last one. Historic nature. They're not doing anything in there that violates the historic nature of the alley, are they? They're compliance, as far as you know, with all HB requirements and other historic requirements, correct?
No, that's not correct. In my experience was they started constructing in the alley before they had permits or before they had gone to HPB renewal. That's why there was a stop work order on the building. So I don't know that for sure.
You don't know
any stretch of the imagination.
But your contention is they're somehow not in compliance with historic preservation requirements?
I'm not saying with historic preservation requirements. I said with the historic character of the alley. So if you actually look back at the historic character of the alley and why this area was designated as a protected area, why are there 2 blocks only in the entire city designated as alley living, right? They were protected because of alley living. They were not protected because they were service alleys that have dump trucks going through it. They were protected on the National Register of Historic Places as alley living. And
All right,
living
I'm
is
going to cut you off because I think you're well beyond the question that I've asked you, and I want to get to your other concerns. In terms of security, you're aware, are you not, as a result of issues raised concerning security, that the applicant prepared, produced, and provided a security plan, correct? It's a yes or no question.
No.
You're not aware of that?
No, when at the ANC meeting, we
It's a
asked
yes
about
or
the
no
security
question.
plan,
You're
and
not
there was
aware
no
of it.
security plan.
Can you let the witness answer the question?
No, I'm getting cut off. I thought this was an administrative hearing.
I'm sorry, all right. You're the witness, sir. You need to answer a question. If there's an objection, your attorney raises the objection. Your job, sir, is to answer the question. When their objection raised, as an attorney, you know when to be quiet. And so your job in this forum, sir, is not to question the questioner. It's just to speak when you are allowed to speak. All right. So let's start. Mr. Klein had a question, I think. I believe Mr. Klein is asking you yes or no. You choose not to answer the questions yes or no. But if you need explanations, your attorney on redirect, I'll give an opportunity to give explanations, sir. So if the questions are phrased by counsel as a yes or no, sir, please answer it yes or no. If you need further explanation, I will give the attorney on an opportunity on redirect, so you can provide whatever explanation. Okay. So,
Okay.
all right, Mr. Klein, what's the question?
So the question is, were you aware that the applicant prepared and provided a security plan?
At any time or what time? I mean, are you aware is a very, I'm trying to understand the question. I don't understand the question.
Are you aware of it? Are you aware that this is a security plan in existence that was provided?
Provided to who? Objection. The question is provided to who?
Mr. Thomas, let the witness answer the question, yes or no. If he's not aware, he can say he's not aware.
I mean,
But
can I
that's
explain
on the
myself?
ground that
No.
it-
This is a simple, gentlemen, this is a simple question. Are you aware, yes or no? Please, sir.
Am I aware that there is something that I saw in a PIF that was called a security agreement?
Okay, so you have seen that.
I have seen it, yes.
Okay, and you're aware that it was prepared by the applicant, or you don't have any knowledge?
I don't have any knowledge.
Okay, all right. With respect to hours, you said that you had concerns about the hours of the Summer Garden area, correct?
Yes.
Doesn't your concern relate to noise?
Yes.
Okay. And you also said you had concern about noise in the Summer Garden area, correct?
Yes.
Were you here for the testimony of the sound engineer?
Yes.
Martin Bean? Yes.
Yes.
And do you have any reason to doubt the conclusions that he reached with respect to the sound mitigation procedures which will be employed at the premises?
Yes.
I think Mr. Klein is having some
technical difficulties.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
We can now, sir. Yes.
I'm
He answered
sorry.
the question. Yes. He said he had some concerns with the testimony of the sound engineer. What's the next question?
Okay, so how is it that you doubt the conclusions that were reached by Mr. Martin Bean?
What I'm worried about is noise from the alley. There was no roof covering that was shown there, so I don't know how noise is going to get knocked down, at least from what I understood as he was talking. There was also no, you know, as I was listening to it, there was just, I mean, I actually question whether he's actually been to the alley. I don't think he said he ever had. I think it was a theoretical exercise. So, you know, the way that sound carries back here, if you can hear two people speaking on the ground in our residences and in our bedrooms, I don't understand how anybody could conclude that music that was amplified combined with people standing, a bunch of people standing on a roof would be quieter. It just, it doesn't pass the smell test to me. Yeah, so I also question whether those plans by a sound engineer are actually going to get carried out, because I haven't had the ability to see a consistent message coming from the applicant. It constantly changes. The first time I saw those detailed plans was here. They made a presentation at the ANC meeting and it changed in the interim. So I'm constantly getting a changing story from the applicant and I don't know how to respond to that. So I don't have confidence in what he said.
All right. In terms of trash, you heard Mr. Norrie's pledge to explore the use of trash compactor, and you testified about it, correct?
Yes.
Did you also hear the testimony from the ANC Commissioner, Mike Silverstein, from the DuPont area, and Patrick Powell about Mr. Norrie's leadership and efforts to bring a trash compactor to that area?
Yes.
And do you doubt their testimony?
No.
With respect to the safety of the alley, wasn't Mr. Norrie's concession not to use the alley as an entrance to or an exit from the establishment major for you in terms of disruption of the alley?
There's no settlement agreement or anything in writing that actually puts that down. That's my concern, is I don't have that in writing anywhere. It's an ephemeral, I'm not going to use this today, doesn't mean I can't use it tomorrow. So that doesn't satisfy anything. Plus, as I said earlier, I'm worried about walking down 9th Street.
Okay, so the question was that important to you? You managed to duck it. That's still the question. Does it matter to you whether he's agreed to use 9th Street as his principal entrance to an exit from the establishment? Is that your testimony?
I object and move to strike the first 2/3 of that question as just argumentative and counsel testifying.
I know that I testified.
I'm going to overrule. I don't hear that. I heard. I'm going to overrule objection.
The question. I mean, come on. Are you kidding me?
All right.
I mean, like, can we at least maintain some level of decorum here?
I don't believe there's an issue, and I think this is although I enjoy the fact when we have these hearings that we have attorneys, but I think this is one of the downfalls of having 3 attorneys, the witness and the 2 attorneys, and that makes things a little bit more difficult. But let's start over. I'm going to overrule the objection. Answer the question if you can answer the question, sir.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, the question is, doesn't the use of 9th Street as the entrance to and the exit from the establishment address many of your concerns with respect to what goes on in the alley?
No.
No. So you don't care whether the applicant commits and agrees to only use 9th Street as an exit and an entrance to the establishment?
I do care about that, but that was not what you asked me.
Okay. So it matters to you if that happens.
If what happens?
If he's required to do that, if he agrees that he's only going to use 9th Street.
Yes, that would be helpful for the alley.
It is helpful. It addresses many of the concerns you raised, doesn't it?
No.
It doesn't address safety in the alley in terms of people not coming into the establishment and out of the establishment from the alley?
Like, I'm sorry, I'm literally struggling to answer your question because you're asking if it addressed many of the concerns. I have several concerns. So I'm trying to understand what you think. I don't get the question. I'm not
Well,
understanding what you're asking about.
doesn't people not coming in from the alley and coming out to the alley address issues with respect to noise? I'm not saying all issues, but doesn't it address issues with respect to noise?
Some issues, yes.
Okay. And doesn't it also mitigate with respect to safety in the alley?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. Fair enough. All right. Are you aware that there's a ride share in front of 1230 9th Street?
The
On
zip
9th
cars
Street?
that are parked there?
I beg your pardon?
The zip cars that are parked there, or that there's an address so people can get dropped off there? I'm not sure.
That there's a designated ride share.
The designated ride share for Blagden Alley is on M Street.
Okay. So you're not aware is your answer.
No.
So the trash trucks and the service trucks that were shown in the pictures, that's mostly daytime, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you've testified that that's become more of a problem recently, correct?
Yes.
To your observation.
Yes.
Have you been working remotely during COVID?
Yes.
So it may not be any different than it was before. It's just that you're more in the position to observe it, correct?
No.
Blagden Alley isn't one alley. It's actually several alleys, isn't it?
It's a network of alleys.
It's a network of alleys. Okay. And when we constantly talk about Blagden Alley, you reference Blagden Alley. In my estimation, an alley is front to back, one space. This is a network of alleys, several alleys involved, correct?
I mean, that's your characterization of it. It's all called Blagden Alley.
So you think it's all one alley?
Yeah, it's designated historic zone as one alley. So yeah.
And you were previously a customer of 18th Street Lounge, correct?
Yes.
Now, you identified a picture of people peeing in the alley. Is that something that you and your friends did when you went to 18th Street Lounge?
Not in the alley.
Okay, I would hope in the restroom.
Is there a question?
I mean, I asked them. I think it's asked and answered. It's fine. Now you testified that some of the operators there are, quote, better neighbors, close quote, who own the alley and take pride in it. Correct?
Yes.
So they're good operators and sometimes not so good operators, correct? And it's helpful to have people who are good operators and who cooperate with the community, correct?
Yes.
Were you here for Mike Silverstein's testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt the efficacy or the truthfulness of what he testified to concerning Mr. Norrie's operation over on 18th Street?
I'm going to object to this question in so much as
What's the nature of your objection, sir?
in so much as the chairman has already instructed us not to ask questions of witnesses commenting on the testimony of other witnesses, which is precisely what this question is asking him to comment on the veracity of some other witness and their testimony.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Answer the question, sir, if you can.
Yeah.
Yes.
You have reason to question the veracity of Mr. Silverstein?
Yes.
And what's that based on?
He was talking about issues that were there. I don't know what time frame a lot of those were. And none of the residents actually spoke up. I found it interesting that there were no residents who actually lived back there and were directly impacted by this spoke up.
So you think that makes him a liar?
No.
Patrick Powell, were you here for his testimony?
Who?
Patrick Powell, the director of the Golden Triangle Business Improvement District?
No, I did not hear his testimony.
You didn't hear his testimony. Now, you talked about, and I think you characterized kind of vaguely, the crowd that never looked better. And you have some issues with the crowd that's there, correct?
Yes.
That wasn't the type of crowd that you saw when you visited 18th Street Lounge, was it, on 18th Street?
I mean, I don't know if there's underage people getting into 18th Street Lounge or not. I just don't know. I mean, this is a new concept. That's my concern with Never Look Better is you have young college kids or below younger than 21 entering into, high school kids going into Never Look Better.
Let's try it again. The crowd that you see at Never Look Better is not the crowd that you saw when you visited 18th Street Lounge, was it?
I mean, the crowd at 18th Street Lounge was diverse. So yeah, there could be some of the same people, yes.
So are you one of the people that you're concerned about in terms of visiting this establishment in your neighborhood?
Yeah, me from 16 years ago, probably.
Okay, so it was okay for you to go over to 16th Street Lounge in another neighborhood in DuPont Circle, and okay for you to visit the establishment there, but that's not something that you want to have in your neighborhood. Is that your position?
I'm going to clarify what I'm saying just for simplicity. 18th Street Lounge was a business district in downtown. There was nobody who
That's
lived
not
right
my
there.
question to you. I'm not asking you to characterize where 18th Street Lounge was located, whether it's a business.
Mr. Thomas, hold on a minute, please, Mr. Thomas.
I'm sorry, this is insane. He
Mr.
cuts
Thomas,
off left and right. He needs to let the witness testify.
He needs to answer the question
He
directly
was
to do
answering the
so.
question. You just didn't like the answer.
It was non-responsive to the
It
question
was
that was asked.
responsive. And if you let him talk, you'd find out that it was responsive, but you got to let him talk.
gentlemen, all right. Do you need to ask the question again, Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Please ask the question.
So the question to you is, you're okay with 18th Street Lounge over on 18th Street in the DuPont Circle area, and it was a fine place for you to visit, but you just don't want it in your neighborhood. Is that your position?
No.
That's not your.
I can repeat myself, no.
Is there another question?
No, I don't think so. Just beg the board's indulgence. Oh, in terms of the trash trucks, don't the trash trucks also service residents in the alley?
Yes.
So some of those trucks are for you and your neighbors, correct?
Not for me or my immediate neighbors. Our trash goes out on 10th Street.
Okay, but some of the other residences that abut the alley have their trash picked up in the alley, correct?
Yes.
And some of those trash trucks are the ones that sometimes block the alley when you're trying to get out, correct?
Yes.
Your council categorized this establishment as having 270 drunk patrons. Is that what you experienced when you visited 18th Street Lounge on 18th Street?
No.
All the patrons in there being drunk?
Is that what I experienced? If I'm answering a yes or no, the answer is no, because there were more people. And yes, many of them were drunk. Not all of them, but many of them were, absolutely.
I have no further questions.
Any questions by the board members?
Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
Hello, I want to thank you for bringing your testimony today, but I must say that I'm not quite clear what you want the board to do. It's my understanding that you lived near Blagden Alley for how many years?
Like 7 total, 8 total.
Before you bought.
But before I bought, it was about 4 years.
how close were you to Blagden Alley at that time?
3 blocks away.
Did you ever go to any restaurants or bars that were within Blagden Alley during those 4 years?
No, not that I remember.
Okay, so before you purchased your home that fronts on Blagden Alley, did you ever go there after 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night to see what type of activities are going on?
Before I purchased my home? Sorry, just make sure. Yes, I did.
And what is different now than then?
There's a lot more now. There are more people out there. There are more, there's more people out there in the alley at night making noise.
Going to the pictures that were presented to this hearing regarding garbage and waste on the ground, could you pick out any of that waste or material that would have come from an ABC licensed establishment?
It's hard to know. I mean,
So you're suggesting that we take the picture of syringes as possibly coming from an ABC establishment?
no, I don't think I'm suggesting that.
Well, okay, so I don't really understand how the pictures go to your concerns regarding ABC establishments.
So can I answer that? as well?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think what my concern is, and I'm happy to be more specific. I mean, I like about what I hope from the board too. But my concern is this: as a community, we have a neighborhood. We have problems in the neighborhood right now that we're trying to address with our ANC, with 311, with DDOT. We want to fix those problems before adding new elements into that, bluntly. Like, we want to make sure we don't have underage kids drinking in the alley before we open yet another bar in the alley, right? Like, we want to make sure our alley is cleaned up before we bring in more trash, more delivery trucks, and more things like that into the alley. Like, that's what I want as a community. It's not no to 18th Street Lounge. They're off the books. What I want is somebody who I'm going to be able to work with, who when I ask them a question, they respond or they talk to me. Like, when I have a problem with Calico, I go talk to Greg, it's fixed. You know, like it's a super easy conversation. There's no problems. If La Colombe has an issue, I just go talk to the manager and it's fixed. If one of the apartment buildings has a problem, it's fixed. So the reason for the pictures in that, at least from my perspective of why I would think they're relevant, is it's really simple. The alley is under an extreme load right now. There's I don't know how many establishments, ABC, non-ABC, it doesn't matter. The alley is overloaded. And we're talking about bringing in several hundred people additionally who may be coming in and out with their trash and all that stuff. So as a resident, I'm concerned about that.
Well, you are then aware, because it seems like you've gotten yourself knowledgeable about some of these ABC issues, that there are procedures that residents and ANCs can come to the to ABRA to try to deal with in a more global way than dealing with this particular application. And I think I just heard you say that if the applicant were to do certain things, you would not be opposed to the board granting a license. Is that what I think I heard you say? I
think it's a little probably more nuanced than that, if I'm being just honest. Like, so, you know, blanket, if you grant the license, which I suspect you will do, because they're an applicant, I'm not naive. What I really want to make sure is, I'm going to be really specific. This summer, our gardens, I don't think there should be a summer garden endorsement. I don't think we should have a roof deck with the noise and other issues it's going to create into the alley. I would restrict that. We're, as a neighborhood, the CAUSA thing was something where our ANC dropped the ball, bluntly. So as residents, we're going to suffer for that, which is really frustrating. I don't think there should be summer gardens or many summer gardens in the alley, especially not ones with any entertainment endorsements or things like that. So, and then I also think the hours of operation should be restricted to fit with the, you know, businesses that are there. I'm really trying not to be unreasonable. I'm sorry if it got a little contentious with council, but like, honestly, I welcome more businesses in the alley. I think it makes sense. It's why I moved here. I said that at my opening. It's really why I moved here.
Okay. Are you aware that this board does not have, cannot issue a summer garden for a roof deck prior to BZA having a hearing. So I think that we only can offer licenses and endorsements on things that we legally have a ability to do. So there may be other avenues that the community needs to look at. You said that you used to frequent 18th Street Lounge when it was on 18th Street.
Mr. Brandes, can I just address that just real quick? I think that's just as a resident, and I'm a lawyer. I'm smart. I'm gonna not be humble. I'm smart. I can usually figure these things out. This is opaque. This is very hard as a citizen to figure out how and where to say things, and the number of hours it requires has been overwhelming. So I don't necessarily know where to go. I'm literally asking for help from the city. This is an avenue. My understanding is very simply, there's an endorsement for a summer garden that's being asked for. There's an entertainment. There's hours of operations getting set that is all within your jurisdiction and your control. And I think there are, there are things that should be limited in there. There are things that should be in writing and whatever you guys approve that are squarely within your power. Maybe BZA, I don't want to get into another hearing. I'm tired of this. Like, I'm getting worn down as a resident. So sorry, I just wanted to address that. It's very frustrating as a resident.
And I think all of us on the board can appreciate some of the frustrations of dealing with any government.
Exactly.
And the layers. So I hear you, and I think the board hears you. I was just saying that we're not the only avenue. Okay. Now, you used to frequent 18th Street Lounge.
Yes.
Did you ever concern yourself with the residents that are within the same proximity to the 18th Street Lounge on 18th Street as they are in the proximity of the new location?
So I think there's a couple of things there just to address. One, I don't drink. So I was actually usually the one ushering my friends and telling them to shut up, and driving oftentimes. My friends loved me. I was a great designated driver. So I was actually really conscientious of that. I used to, when I lived in New York, I lived above a bar. So I am hyper aware of noise from patrons leaving. So actually, like, I'm not your average person on that. I'm actually super diligent about that because of that. And then I also think, there's residents like 100 feet, much closer than, this is a mixed use residential alley. This isn't downtown. 18th Street was downtown. It's very different. I mean, it just is.
Are you aware of the zoning along 9th Street which would be where the townhouse is situated? And my understanding, the applicant is using the 9th Street.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
It's MU4.
Along 9th Street.
Yes.
Okay. And does that allow, as a matter of right, establishments that have ABC licenses? In other words, restaurants, bars, things of that nature.
I mean, it's not my area of law, so I don't know as a matter of right or not, but there are a bunch of other ABC establishments, so I would assume that you can get a license. I mean,
Well, to be clear with you, because I want to make sure it's clear to you, they don't matter right to get the license, but they have a matter of right as that type of business to be in that zoning. You follow me?
Yeah, and I'm not opposed to an ABC issued license coming in. There were ABC issued licensees when I moved in the neighborhood. I know that space.
And my last question, when you hired your architects, and it sounds awesome to hear that you use local DC firms to help build out your home. Did you get advice from them about what type of windows and window treatments that you may need?
So we actually changed all of the windows on the back of our house from what the original ones were. So everything is double paned. It was more for energy efficiency and noise, because when we moved there wasn't a lot of noise. Like we lived in the house before finishing the renovation. So we were sleeping in the bedrooms that faced the alley. There was no noise. Now there's noise.
Okay. Okay, but the noise is not coming from this establishment since
No,
they don't have a license.
It's not in business. Yeah.
I just want to make sure the record's clear on that.
Yeah.
I want to thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Klein, any recross based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Thomas, any redirect?
None at this time.
All right, thank you. All right, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. We have 3 more witnesses to go by, to 3 more witnesses. And so I'm just asking, be mindful of the time and how much time we're gonna spend on each witness. So it's 4:24. We'll come back at 4:35. So we'll take a 10-minute break. So no one log off, you can just put your camera and microphone on mute. Everyone, please mute your phone so we do not hear what's going on in the background. So we're off the record for 10 minutes. 4:35. All right, thank you. Oh, we're back in the record. Mr. Thomas, do you have another witness?
I do. I'd like to call Shireen Joseph.
Ms. Joseph? Can you raise your right hand, please?
Sure,
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You're a witness, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Joseph, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you just quickly state your name and spell your name for the record?
Absolutely. My first name is Shireen. That's Sherene. My last name is Joseph, Joseph.
Okay, and you're an ANC commissioner, correct?
Yes.
What's your role with the ANC?
So I'm a commissioner within ANC 2F. Specifically, I represent 2F05, and I'm also the chair of the ANC.
Okay, and you're the designated representative for the ANC in this protest hearing, correct?
I'm one of two designated representatives. Commissioner Guggenmoos is the other designated representative.
Okay, and Commissioner Guggenmoos read a letter previously. I just want to confirm, do you adopt every single thing that was said in that letter as accurate and truthful?
So I adopt the facts that were presented as were laid out, essentially the timeline that began with the applicant presenting to the APC committee last August. Yeah, so I adopt the timeline. I think there were other elements in there, characteristics that were identified that I don't totally agree with.
Okay, so when he said that it was drafted by you, that's not actually correct, is it?
Oh, no, that is correct. That is correct. We both did draft it, and we knew that there were points at which we were deferring, but we wanted to kind of move forward and make sure we had something on the record.
Okay, so there's some things that he put in there that you don't agree with, and there's some things that you may have put in there that he doesn't agree with?
Correct.
Okay. I want to ask you, just so the record is clear, what is the ANC's official position on the licensure of 18th Street Lounge?
So our official position, based off of the vote that we took at our meeting on January 5th, which was our January 2022 public meeting, was around a letter that contained specific requirements that we did want the applicant to follow in order for us to support this application.
Okay, and to your knowledge, has the applicant agreed to follow those requests?
No.
Okay, and so what you would be asking the ABC board to do is to implement those limitations on any license, is that correct?
That is correct, and also to take our requests with, you know, a good deal of weight in this particular matter.
Okay. How familiar are you with Blagden Alley?
I am very familiar. I've been living in ANC 2F since 2015. So I've been a frequent visitor of Blagden Alley.
Okay, and are you familiar with some of the other ABC licenses that have been issued to establishments that are on Blagden Alley or abut
Yes.
Blagden Alley?
Yes, I am.
And have you been involved in some of the settlements for those?
I have not been.
Okay, but are you familiar with those settlements?
Yes, I am.
So the first thing I want to ask you about, and I noticed this in at least one of the settlements, and I'm blanking on which one, but you guys sometimes impose a probationary period on an applicant that settles with the ANC. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Objection as to relevance. What they agreed to in the negotiated settlement has no relevance as to the issues that the board is to decide in this hearing.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on. You have another question, Mr. Thomas?
I do. I'm somewhat disappointed that I wasn't able to respond to the objection, but I'll move on. There are other establishments that have opened up and then come back before the ANC after they've established a good character, correct?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of that that arrangement with those establishments?
Yeah, the purpose is essentially to, engage in good faith communication with the applicant, ensure that that they're working closely with the ANC so that, the livelihood of, or that generally living in our ANC doesn't become intolerable. And so that probationary period allows us to really see the operation in action. A lot of what we're talking about is theoretical until the establishment actually opens. And so we like to have that in place to allow a little bit more concrete evidence of how they're operating, and then they will come back to us once that probationary period is over.
So part of it is to show that they're going to be a good actor within the community. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And other ABC establishments in Blagden Alley have gone through that probationary period that you were talking about and proven they were a good actor.
Objection is irrelevant.
Mr. Klein has put the character of his client at issue on numerous occasions. I'm just trying to point out that other applicants have given a test period to prove their character instead of just had their attorney come out here and spout hyperbole about how much of a good actor they are.
We had 2 witnesses to that effect, so I'll let that go. But
All right, Mr. Thomas.
the point is,
hold on, Mr. Thomas, please do not personalize this. Okay? All right. I'm gonna overrule the objection. So can you go ahead and answer the question?
Do you mind repeating the question?
Sure. So other establishments have agreed to show their good character and come back before the ANC to get their full license and prove that they're a good actor in the community.
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the ABC licenses of the Columbia Room and Lost and Found?
Yes, I am.
And those are establishments that are directly in the vicinity of 18th Street Lounge's proposed location, correct?
Yes.
And they have more limited, their licenses are more limited in scope, is that right?
Well, their settlement agreements
Correct.
limited their scope.
Correct. So they have less hours and limitations on their endorsements, right?
Correct.
And those settlement agreements were a byproduct of dialogue with the ANC.
objection is to relevance. Their settlement agreements, they speak for themselves.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's move
on. So the ANC has protested. Well, let me strike that. What do you understand as being issues that exist in Blagden Alley at the moment?
Yeah, so currently some of the issues are around noise complaints about some of the establishments that are currently in Blagden Alley. Trash has been an issue that's been brought forward to the ANC, has been a concern for residents. There's been security issues with increased crime. Another big issue has been just congestion from delivery trucks and, folks not being able to leave their designated parking spots due to either Uber or delivery trucks or other things like that. I think a lot of this has been talked about as existing and ongoing issues, but they have been brought before the ANC.
And is the ANC's position that the addition of a nightclub is going to exacerbate these problems?
There is a possibility of it. However, the ANC has also engaged ESL in conversations around ways to mitigate what could be potential problems.
Right, so there could be potential problems and you're looking for ways to alleviate those problems by placing limitations on the license, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And it's those potential problems that caused the ANC to protest this particular license.
yes,
And the grounds for protest are the effect on peace, order, and quiet, is that right?
yes,
So there was concerns that the applicant would be noisy,
yes.
concerns with crime in the area, potential crime in the area, I should say.
Well, can I expand on that a little bit or no?
Of course, I don't mind you answering the question.
So it wasn't so much that we saw that there was like the venue or the applicant would be the cause for crime. We just thought that there was the possibility of additional instances where crime would be more prevalent.
Okay. But that was a basis for the protest, part of it.
That was part of it, and then yes, that was part of it.
Okay. And then traffic issues as well.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk about the outreach issues that have sort of been raised. So first off, you're the chair of the ANC2F, right?
I'm the current chair, yes.
Okay. How many times did you speak to Mr. Nori?
0 times.
Okay. And I understand he attended meetings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall how many ANC meetings he attended?
If my recollection is correct, I believe he attended 2 APC meetings and 2 ANC meetings on behalf of this application. I can't speak to how many other ANC meetings he attended.
Fair enough. For the purposes of clarity, anytime I ask a question, it's going to be solely limited to the purposes of this particular application at this
Fair enough.
particular location. Yeah. And if I'm talking about something else, I will let you know, I promise.
Perfect.
So who did he deal with mainly at the ANC?
Who did Mr. Nori deal with mainly?
Correct. Do you know what commissioners he spoke with?
Commissioner Guggenmoos was the primary contact, and then on occasion, Commissioner Romanowski, who heads up our APC committee.
Okay. And at the meetings that Mr. Nori attended, did residents and your constituents reach out or express a desire to speak with Mr. Nori about concerns for his establishment?
Yes, they did.
Are you aware of any instances in which Mr. Nori reached out to these residents who expressed concern and expressed a desire to have a dialogue with him?
To my knowledge, there was no outreach.
Okay. Is it your understanding that that kind of was part of the problem with the entire process, is that there was a lack of outreach?
Yes.
Would you expect a good actor in the community to reach out to the residents when they express issues?
Definitely. I mean, we had residents, providing their personal contact information, really being willing to engage, but there wasn't reciprocity on behalf of the applicant.
Okay. And in terms of other ABC licensed establishments in the alley, I don't know if you heard Mr. Sheikh commenting before about being able to speak to the owner of Calico or the manager at La Colombe. Has it been your experience that those establishments in Blagden Alley have dialogued with the residents?
Absolutely.
And have engaged them on their concerns?
Yes, absolutely. My understanding is that there's actually a very close working relationship between the residents and the businesses that operate in Blagden Alley, to the point where often, rather than going through the ANC, residents will go just directly to those businesses to, discuss their concerns.
Okay. And that conserves ANC resources, right?
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
It would presumably conserve ABRA resources if they didn't have to make complaints to ABRA too, correct?
Correct.
In fact, your co-commissioner, Mr. Guggenmoos, referenced a template is the ANC's template has a dispute resolution sort of provision in it, right? Where they will reach out to the ANC instead of involving ABRA. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Objection as to relevance.
Mr. Klein has talked about his applicants' purported outreach to the community. I'm just establishing that the ANC views outreach to the community as important, so important, in fact, that it's in their template settlement agreement. And is very.
Mr. Thomas need not testify. He can certainly make that point without reference to the template.
Point in response to your objection.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Let's move on.
You can answer the question, Commissioner Joseph.
Do you mind repeating the question?
Sure, absolutely. So the presence of this dispute resolution term in your template settlement agreement is designed so that the license, I guess the licensee at that point, will engage with the community as opposed to involving ABRA, correct?
That's correct.
It's to resolve problems before they start, right?
Correct.
So the expectation from the ANC is that the ABC licensee is going to be involved directly with the community at all times.
Correct.
Okay. So we've heard a lot about noise, and I want to ask you about noise. So were issues and concerns about? Let me take a step back for a second. What meeting did you vote to protest this application? Do you recall when that was?
I believe it was October 2021.
Okay. So prior to October 2021, you had at least one meeting in which residents and neighbors expressed concerns about, amongst other things, noise from 18th Street Lounge, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in response to that, did you ever receive a sound study?
I did not.
Okay. So prior to the protest, no sound study was received.
Correct.
When did you receive a sound study?
The first time I
Question is relevant. It's like, where is this going? I mean, we're here to talk about whether this premises is appropriate, given the case that's been put onto the applicant, the steps that he's agreed to take to mitigate, all these questions about process and when they met and who did what. It just, I question the relevance of it.
Again, Mr. Klein has injected on numerous occasions the fact that his client has been engaged in outreach to the community, outreach to the ANC, outreach to the neighbors, and he seems to only object when the neighbors and the ANC start testifying that no such outreach actually occurred.
I don't remember putting that on. The testimony that we put on has been his reputation and his history of 25 years of working with the community and his efforts to do so here. I don't remember a lot of testimony about outreach and meetings and this and that.
I seem to remember 20 minutes of you cross-examining Mr. Guggenmoos about the outreach to the community, and so I feel this is entirely relevant.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection, but time is of the essence, and I think it's let's just move on, okay?
Thank you. When did you first receive the Miller Beam sound study?
in the applicant's PIF for the hearing.
Okay, so after the ANC had twice voted to protest the applicant's license.
Yes.
But noise had been made, it had been made clear previously that noise was a concern of the ANC.
Yes.
Did the ANC make clear that traffic was a concern of the ANC as well?
Yes.
Did the applicant provide you with a traffic study?
I don't believe so, no. Not one that I saw.
Okay. In terms of other what other documentation has been provided to you by the applicant besides this sound study well, actually, let me strike that. What documents have been provided to you by the applicant period, prior to receiving the PIP, I should say.
The only documents that I have seen are from the original presentation that was made to the APC in August of 2021.
Okay, and what did that consist of?
It contains some architectural drawings. I think they had like a general floor plan. I can't recall totally, but I definitely remember the architectural drawings.
Okay, were there any contracts provided?
Not that I recall.
Okay, there's discussion of meal service. Is any information about food service?
I remember them mentioning that food would be a part of their concept, but they hadn't finalized what that would look like.
Okay, so no menu.
No.
No trash. Was a trash plan provided?
Not at that time, no.
What about crowd management and line management? Was any information provided about that?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. Dogtopia is another business in your ANC, correct?
Correct.
One that you would theoretically represent.
Yes.
And Dogtopia is to your knowledge, it's located directly next door to the proposed location for this applicant.
Yes.
Are you aware of any concerns Dogtopia has about the applicant?
I can't say that I do.
Okay. Was any plans for line management provided by ESL in relation to its neighboring businesses?
No.
Okay. I think that's all I have for this time.
Mr. Klein?
Yes. Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Joseph.
Hello.
So you've only recently become the chair of the ANC, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were elected, maybe a month ago today?
January 5th?
Oh, I thought January 2nd. Okay, January 5th. So less than a month, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't take the lead on the discussions with Mr. Nori concerning this application, did you?
I did not.
Okay, Mr. Gugamas, as the then chair, was the one who took the lead, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you don't necessarily know all that was conveyed or all that was discussed between Mr. Nori and Mr. Gugamas, do you? Because you weren't the chair and you weren't necessarily party to it, correct?
So no, I wasn't involved in those conversations, no.
Okay. So in terms of what was discussed and what plans there might be, you may or may not be fully aware. Is that a fair statement?
No, I was asking Commissioner Guggenmoos, because he and I were engaging the community on these issues, repeatedly for whatever plans were available, and he did not have them.
Okay. Now, you're aware, are you not, that ESL did agree to do certain things, several things, which were responsive to the concerns raised by residents, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And those included volunteering not to use the back door as an entrance or an exit, correct?
Yes.
The placement of cameras.
Yes.
Having a trained security staff.
Yes.
Preparing a security plan.
Yes.
And taking the lead in the neighborhood on trash compactor and trash issues.
Yes.
Okay. So it's not as if they stonewalled you. They made meaningful concessions and agreements to address the issues that were raised, correct?
Some of the issues, yes.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay. So it was kind of a give and take, and obviously it didn't result in an agreement because there's no settlement agreement, correct?
Correct.
But they agreed to make those.
Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt. I just got kicked out. I'm speaking from Tracy Buck's laptop. I'm logging back in right now, but I just wanted to make the committee aware that my computer crashed. So I'm here just speaking from Miss Buck's computer at the moment.
Okay, Mr. Thomas, thank you.
Okay, so, but the things that they agreed to do, they said they would do regardless of whether there was any agreement reached, correct?
To my understanding, yes.
All right. Now, wasn't there a time, didn't there come a time where the community, there was reach out to residents in the community to meet with the applicant and several dates were offered where that could happen?
That I don't recall.
You're not aware of that?
No.
Okay. If Mr. Guggemos says that that's what happened, is that something that you would dispute?
Yeah, I mean, from my understanding, we as the ANC reached out to residents because they wanted to meet to hear their concerns. But if Mr. Guggemos says that, then yes, I do believe him.
Okay. And wasn't there a meeting in December where Lieutenant Miller was there? And one
Yes.
of the protestants said, you know, there's no reason to talk to all of us, that, you know, that we can speak to a representative. You recall that at all?
That wasn't the way that I perceived what was being conveyed. What I perceived was that, you know, because of scheduling issues and because they were in communication with each other, you know, they were eager to get the ball rolling on these conversations. So they wanted to make sure that at least a representative of the group was there and that they were going to coordinate amongst themselves as from a follow-up standpoint.
They had a lot of scheduling issues, didn't they?
Yes, well, there were quite a few people who were eager to get involved with the process. And so they, you know, there were a lot of concerns and a lot of residents who shared those concerns. So they wanted to make sure that they felt heard.
They were eager, but they didn't necessarily have the time. Is that fair?
Well, I don't think everyone has the time to sit in meetings or hearings that are 8 hours long in part two. So I do think that some people's circumstances demands that they be elsewhere.
Fair enough. All right, I have no further questions of the witness. Thank you, Ms. Goodson.
Any questions by the board members?
Excuse me.
Mr. Buck, I'm sorry. Mr. Thomas, you need to put someone's microphone on mute because both of you are, it appears that both parties are. All right, Ms. Foxman, can you please elevate Mr. Thomas's rights?
This has been accomplished.
I'm back. Thank you. I apologize for the technical issues.
All right, thank you. All right, any questions by any board members?
Yes, Chairman.
Go ahead, Ms. Crockett, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Ms. Joseph.
Good afternoon.
Both yourself and the previous witness have identified, have stated that you have a good working relationship with the current establishments that are there, that you're often able to just go directly to them and, thereby bypassing the ANC and civic associations. Is that an accurate portrayal of your comments?
Yes, I guess I'll clarify that I'm not a resident of Blagden Alley, so it's not that I'm the one necessarily going to these establishments, but my understanding is that yes, the residents and the neighbors have been able to go to those establishments directly.
But there's also been testimony and pictures showing trash, litter, issues about noise. So if they're able to resolve these directly with the current tenants and establishments, why then are these issues persisting, in your opinion?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think it kind of comes to the interplay between the fact that residents are, hoping to be able to uphold their quality of life, but also, these businesses wanting to be viable. And so in some instances, the conversations are ongoing. We may need to, where the ANC gets involved is when perhaps an issue is actually a DDOT issue. So then we need to kind of loop in the correct representative so that we can get a little more clarity. So when I say that, the door is open on behalf of the businesses to receive the comments, it's not necessarily that they're immediately getting resolved. It's at least that there is a dialogue that's being engaged in good faith from both parties and all parties involved to come to a solution. Not everything has been solved, but we've always been striving towards that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Joseph, when did you become a member? When did you join this ANC?
In 2021, January.
In January 2021. Okay. All right. Now, who is the ANC commissioner for Blagden Alley?
There currently is not an ANC commissioner because the commissioner resigned actually on January 28th
Of what year?
of this year, 2022.
Okay, so there was a commissioner until January 28th.
Yes, there was. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions by any other board members? All right, Mr. Klein, any recross based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Thomas, any redirect?
Just a quick question, actually. Commissioner Joseph, you mentioned that the Blagden Alley commissioner recently resigned, correct?
Yes, he did.
Do you know what his prior position was on this applicant?
He was staunchly in favor of protesting the application and only permitting it to be, licensed upon the stipulations that we were setting forth.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Joseph, for your testimony. All right, Mr. Thomas, do you have another witness?
I do. I believe this is my last one. I'm going to call Miss Yelena Budovic to the stand.
Ms. Budovic, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth but nothing but the truth? You're on mute, ma'am.
Sorry about that. Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Your witness, Mr. Thomas.
Good afternoon. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Yelena Buchevitz, and it's spelled Jelena, surname Budjevac.
Okay, I apologize. I think I've been mispronouncing it.
You must be the first.
What is it again? I just want to make sure I say it right.
It's Buchevitz.
Buchevitz.
Miss Yelena is just fine.
Okay, that works too. So let me start off with a very basic question. Where exactly do you live?
So my postal address is 1215 10th Street, but my unit, actually, the way our building is, it's 2 units per floor. One unit faces 10th Street, and the other unit faces Blagden Alley, and I'm in the units that face Blagden Alley.
Okay, so your unit is directly abuts Blagden Alley?
There's a business in front to the side, but I guess airspace wise, yes.
Okay. And you're on the same side. You heard Mr. Sheikh testify earlier, correct?
I did.
And you're on, are you familiar with him?
Yes, I am. He's
Okay.
my neighbor. Yeah.
All the neighbors know each other in that area, correct?
Yeah, mostly. I mean, either by sight or closer. Some, are friends. We hang out, go to each other's houses. Some you just see on the streets, but yeah.
Okay. Let me show you what we have previously marked for identification as Exhibit 11. If I can have the rights to the screen share.
Ms. Washburn, can you please allow Mr. Thomas to share screen, please?
This has been accomplished.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
I can.
You can?
I can.
Good. So I'm showing you what has previously been marked as Exhibit 11. Can you explain to me what this is?
Sure. It is a zoning map of Blagden Alley that's been put into black and white. And then you can see on the key to the right, it's been marked with residents, businesses, alcohol licensed businesses, and then some of the specific ones to show what's residential and what's not.
Okay, and who created this map?
I did.
Okay. And is it a true and accurate representation of Blagden Alley and the surrounding areas?
To my knowledge, yes.
And then if you scroll down, there's a second, I guess, more zoomed in map.
Yes.
See that?
Yes,
Did you create this map as well?
I did. It's a smaller version of the previous one you shared.
Okay. And is it a true and accurate representation of Blagden Alley and the surrounding areas?
Yes.
And is the information on it in terms of the legend, where did you obtain that information from? Did you obtain it from public records?
A mix. So some people I just know, right? I've been to their homes. And then, like you said, public records, you can Google and Google search. And then some of the businesses I've personally been to because I live here.
Okay. I would move this Exhibit 11 into evidence.
Mr. Klein?
I object to the editorial comment on the second page.
What editorial comment?
Plaza owner Chad Spangler informed me at the meeting.
I can stipulate to that being to that editorial comment not being entered into the record.
All right, because this has nothing to do with this case. That's Causa.
Agreed.
Right.
Agreed.
That one I would object to. I think I would object in one of Wadir on about 3 questions.
A Wadir on what, Mr. Klein?
I have about 3 questions concerning this map, which has been represented as a true and accurate representation of the neighborhood.
Why don't we wait until why don't you cross-examine the witness on this map, and then Mr. Thomas, why don't you, once we've done cross-examination, why don't you then make a motion at that juncture whether or not you want to, and you want to make this a part of the evidence, and I'll make a ruling at that time. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
So can you describe to me where precisely your house is on this map?
So it's been a while since I created this, but I believe I'm lot 125.
125.
I know, it's tiny and
Right where the cursor is?
I don't see your cursor, sorry.
Right here? Can you see the highlighted portion, or is that not showing?
Yeah, except
I'm not seeing the cursor, so I don't know where your cursor is, Mr. Thomas.
I'm looking for
yeah, I see where you're moving around.
you see right here?
Yeah, so if you move, yep, where your cursor is now and a little bit to the right, yeah.
Okay. So like right around here is where your
Yes,
house is.
that's my apartment, that's correct.
Excuse me, yeah, your apartment. So essentially on the other side of Blagden Alley from where 18th Street Lounge is proposed to be, correct?
That's correct.
And that, just so we're clear, that is right here, right?
Yes, it's where the red with the turquoisey colored X and the little sound speaker is.
Okay. And in terms of the alley, these are all sort of, if I'm going to show you, these are all 1-lane streets, correct?
Am I following your cursor?
Correct. Like right here at the beginning, going from M Street into the alley, that's a 1-lane.
Yeah, oh yes. All the entrances to the network of alleys are 1 lane and they're actually quite narrow.
Okay, so if a truck or a car were to stop or double park in there, it would obstruct traffic.
So you can't double park, you can only stop. And
Right.
yes, you're correct, it obstructs traffic.
And trucks going through there obstruct the flow of traffic.
Correct.
Does this, does this create traffic issues in the alley?
Yes, it does.
How long have you lived adjacent to Blagden Alley?
I moved into Blagden Alley in 2014,
Okay.
in May 1st, 2014.
So approaching 8 years.
Yeah.
How has the alley changed significantly since you moved there?
It has. So when I moved
way?
in what way? There's different types of businesses that have entered. When I moved in, you had Lost and Found had just opened, and La Colombe was there, and that was it as far as consumption businesses, to my knowledge. There was a boxing gym. There were a lot of artist studios. So when we talk about neighborhoody, Craig Nelson and he lives in the building in front to the right of my building in the alley. He would be out there doing his mosaic work. Bill Worrell was down to the closer to where Amir lives. You had a graphic print shop that was in there. You had the boxing gym. That was really cool. You'd see people jumping rope or like throwing punches and exercising. And so since then, you've had about, I would say it's six new businesses come in. Calico and Tiger Fork. You had Aspida all-purpose on the 9th Street side. Columbia Room, that used to be a fitness studio called Fuel. What else am I missing? Oh yeah, Dabney Cellar. So all of those are new. And so it was exciting in that it became more vibrant, but definitely an increase in congestion. And then most recently, I don't want to beat a dead horse, Never Look Better moved in this past summer, and the Streetery went up in the spring with the reopened DC, and those have been just really problematic. They're problematic because so you have delivery trucks that come in and they just park the trucks, and people sometimes the drivers leave to go in to talk to the restaurants. And they're just left unattended, so people can't get out of their homes. Other traffic come in, cannot pass. Last night was Lunar for the Chinese New Year, and that was a disaster. I've never seen anything like that because you have people coming in for DoorDash, for food pickup. You have patrons trying to come in, regular traffic. People do actually drive through the alleys to cut through sometimes. And so what you had is vehicles that were left as owners went inside the business, other cars trying to come in, then realizing that they can't pass, but then other vehicles had already come in behind them, so they couldn't back up. So people just started honking. I spoke to a woman who, I was just walking by to go to Lost and Found for a drink, and she rolled down her window and she was just yelling, "This is sick, what is this? There should be signs, we can't pass through, now we're stuck." And so that's not irregular. I live on a building that exits on 10th Street, but I work on 9th Street at Reformation Fitness. And so my commute to work back and forth is through the alley. And I would say that's a daily problem.
With traffic backup and build up.
Traffic backup and build up, unattended vehicles. I've definitely called in transportation companies because they'll have their, if you have a problem or how's my driving on the back, when I can't find the driver, to call the company and say, you guys just have to let your driver know they can't just leave the vehicles unattended. They can't park here. This is not, people live here. And most of the times people say they don't know that people live here, but I mean, 3 sides of the alley are people reside here, right?
I was going to say, it appears from your map that the majority of the ABC licensed establishments actually fall on the 9th Street side of the alley.
That's correct.
Does that create even more congestion in the alley, having everything so densely concentrated?
Yes, these problems, when I moved in here in 2014, we didn't have this problem. There was not the traffic congestion, there wasn't the trash piles. The bins that are in Blagden Alley, they are almost never closed. They're overfilled. There's also trash next door, like recycling to the bins.
Before we get to trash, let me ask you another question about traffic. So all of these ABC licensed establishments, they have rear doors that go out into the alley, correct? Or most of them do.
I believe so, but they also have 9th Street doors, like Boston.
Are the rear doors used for loading and unloading supplies, drinks, food service supplies, things like that?
Yes, I can see people stop the truck and they'll carry dollies with contents into the businesses.
So the traffic issue, would it be fair to say that a lot of the traffic issues that exist in Blagden Alley are not necessarily caused by patrons going in and out of the doors, but by delivery people stopping and unloading and loading into these businesses through the back door?
It's both, right? During the day, it's definitely deliveries through the back doors.
Are you aware of a rideshare drop that exists in the area?
I've heard of that. I will say just because a rideshare drop exists doesn't mean it precludes traffic by patrons, because we see it. I mean, I live here and I walk through the alley and I see people getting dropped off and picked up.
So it's not a panacea for the traffic issues that come through, correct?
No, it's a great idea, but you can't force people to use a rideshare stop.
Okay. Talking about the trash now. So the trash, you were mentioning, what were you saying about the trash before when I cut you off?
No, so there's dumpsters, but there's a couple series of trash bins, and it's by a huge conglomeration, because that's where my commute is. I come out through the alley, pass La Colombe and Tiger Fork, go towards where Never Look Better is, make a right, and then go into Reformation Fitness. And so you have this collection of trash bins that are just usually overflowing, and then the recycling is next door, like sandwiched in between the trash bins. You can have extra bags of trash like piled on top. It's gotten worse the last 6 months. I've lived in DC since 1991. I know it's a city. I know we have rats, but in our condo building, as sitting on the board, we have like a 0 tolerance for anyone overstuffing our bins, because it attracts rodents, which then go next door to our neighbors who have an English basement. It's unpleasant. Nobody needs that, right?
Is it your opinion that adding another business with several hundred person occupancy is going to alleviate this problem?
No, I think it's just going to make it worse.
So you mentioned that you work right on the other side of the alley, right?
I do.
So how frequently do you traverse the alley from, the 10th Street side to the 9th Street side?
So for work, it's every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. And then personally, like Amir said, especially since the pandemic, my life is like a 5-block radius. So whether I'm running through Giant or depending on snow, like the alley is my daily life. Whether I go grab a coffee at La Colombe, but it's a minimum of 3 times.
So it's your community.
Yeah, it's where I live. It's my neighborhood.
And I wrote it down. I think you mentioned kind of offhand that you were walking the other day to Lost and Found, which is another ABC licensed establishment right off of Blagden Alley. Is that right?
That's correct.
So you patronize the businesses here.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons I moved here.
Are the what type of crowd do these ABC licensed establishments attract?
So with the exception of Never Look Better, I would say it's a pretty casual, mellow crowd. I think Amir actually phrased it really well. It's not where you, I mean, depending on your age, it's not where you end your evening, but it's certainly where you start. It's, you know, cocktails, dinners, it's bars and restaurants. So
We've talked a lot about where people's hours are, and I understand that, you know, people may be allowed to do a certain thing, doesn't mean they have to do a certain thing. So can you describe to me how these bars and restaurants operate in the alley? Are they open till they're, you know, are they doing last call at midnight? Or does the alley really, do they kind of shut down earlier than that?
So I feel that the alley winds down around 10 o'clock. There might be some open until, you know, 11, 11:30, maybe midnight on a Friday, Saturday. It definitely starts winding down around 10 because again, these are restaurants and bars. They're not nightclubs that are open, you know, to 2, 3, 5 o'clock in the morning or whatever.
So you heard there was, were you present at the hearing the other week?
Our hearing, this hearing, like the first part, I was.
Did you hear your neighbor, and I'm blanking on his name, but he was a member of the military, and I believe he testified that the alley tends to really close down and wind down around 10 p.m. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, I feel so. Well, until Never Look Better opened.
Okay, and so why don't you tell me what are the issues with Never Look Better?
So I'll be honest, when I first heard Never Look Better.
Objections to relevance. Why are we talking about Never Look Better? We're here on 18th Street Lounge.
Sustain. We're talking about 18th Street Lounge, so let's let all our questions should be toward this establishment. So let's move on.
Okay, you mentioned that there were concerns about another establishment in Blagden Alley. Do you have a concern about 18th Street Lounge coming into the same building as a problem establishment?
As the way it's been presented to date, I do.
Okay, and what are those concerns?
So I'm not a lawyer. I'm also new to all this, the ABRA regulations and ANC, but for all intents and purposes, and I've heard about the licensing, to me, it sounds just like a nightclub. There's cover charge, there's dancing, they're asking to be open until 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the morning. The capacity is bigger than all of the neighboring establishments. I'm hearing 268 if DCRA signs off on that, which is a lot larger than everything else in the alley. And so whether it's noise, whether it's trash, whether it's security, whether it's traffic, I just don't see how it's going to fit. And I understand Mr. Klein's objection, but we don't live in a vacuum. And so I would love if it's 18th Street Lounge, the way it's being described with everything it's going to bring amidst an already existing problem of like a residential alley life that is just suffocating and can't manage the capacity and the load that exists. And so those are my concerns.
Okay. Let me ask you about Dogtopia quickly. You had previously testified that you were here for the first day of this proceeding.
Yes.
Did you hear Mr. Nori testify that he had an agreement with Dogtopia to allow his patrons to line up out in front of the establishment?
I did.
Have you spoken with anyone at Dogtopia about whether that's an accurate statement?
I did. I spoke with Michael Bergamon, and I might not be pronouncing his name correctly. He represented himself as the general manager to Dogtopia. He shared with me that, number one, that he calls them pet parents, that they were actually concerned about noise. He shared with me that they didn't have like a signed agreement or anything like that, that originally he said absolutely no lines in front of my business while it's open. He stated that at 9 p.m., so if 18th Street Lounge is operating up until 9 p.m., no lines are supposed to be in front of Dogtopia. From 9 p.m., he said they could be standing in front of the business, not blocking the door, but also he didn't want anyone, they had to assure that nobody would, any of the patrons would be tapping on the glass because this would set off security alarms and it would disturb his sleep. I just shared the Abra hearing YouTube with him and said, just take a look. And he just seemed disconcerted and sent a follow-up email.
A follow-up email to who?
I believe it was to Jordan Nabler. He said he was going to reach out to.
Okay. So it's not accurate that there's some sort of agreement whereby ESL can line their patrons up in front of Dogtopia.
That was not correct. That's how I understood it.
Okay. So I want to understand your involvement with this as well. So you have been present at have you been present at the ANC meetings where this application was discussed?
Yes, I have.
Have you been present at all of them?
I can't say I've been present at every single one, but I believe I have been for most of them. Because there's are you asking ANC or APC?
Both.
Both. Yeah, I think I might have missed one meeting.
Okay. Have you ever offered to speak with the applicant about your concerns?
I have. I offered on the first APC meeting in August when this was first rolled out to the community. And then again in September at the follow-up APC meeting.
Okay. And has anyone from ESL reached out to you at all?
No, there was no response at the public forum.
And
or afterwards.
What was your goal in reaching out to ESL to discuss what issues existed?
So I think to have a dialogue, to understand better what the plan was, because what was presented in August seemed really incomplete. I keep hearing about the security plan, but from my recollection in August, it was one paragraph, and I don't think that's very adequate. The concept was a little bit fuzzy to me, how it was going to be different other than smaller in size than the original 18th Street Lounge. And so the hours of being 2 and 3 o'clock with an open roof deck with live entertainment as it was presented in August were alarming. All the other roof decks in Blagden Alley don't have live entertainment. They're not open until 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. And so that was really concerning because it goes to quality of life of being able to just go to sleep and wake up and go to work the next day.
To be candid, and I would like you to be candid with me, if ESL of 18th Street Lounge were to operate itself like some of the other good operators, and putting aside Never Look Better, but some of the other good operators under the same terms and conditions, and with the same noise mitigation steps, is that something that you would have been able to work with?
Sure. Yes.
But was that ever offered to you?
No.
Was there ever a dialogue about that?
No.
Second. That is all I have right now.
Mr. Klein?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Budovec. Did I do that?
Good enough. It's good enough.
Good
I'll take
enough.
it. Yeah, I'll take it.
All right. All right, so Exhibit 11. You prepared Exhibit 11, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you say it's a true and accurate representation of the neighborhood?
To my knowledge.
To your knowledge? Are you aware that there's a convention center across 9th Street that's not shown on this true and accurate representation of the neighborhood?
So it's titled Blagden Naylor right? And Blagden Naylor is, the convention center is not part of Blagden Alley.
Okay, but yet you've starred 1, 2, 3, 4 licensees across 9th Street that are located on the ground floor of the convention center, correct?
Correct.
So this indeed is not a true and accurate representation of the neighborhood, in that it is missing one of the most important components of the neighborhood, isn't it?
No, it's accurate because it's Blagden Naylor. Anything
Okay.
extra is extra, but it is an accurate representation of Blagden Alley.
Okay, even though you've got 4 licensees that are across the street, we're not supposed to count those. Is that your position?
Yes.
Okay. And you also, you seem to demonstrate very thorough knowledge of the establishments that are in the neighborhood since you've been there. You said you moved in 2014, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't hear the end. It broke up a little bit.
You said you moved in 2014, correct?
That's correct.
And you seem to display a encyclopedic knowledge of the establishments that were there then, as opposed to now, right? You're familiar with all the ones that were there?
I never said that. Encyclopedic knowledge? I don't even know what standard that would be.
Okay, but you testified as to all the ones that were there when you moved in, correct?
I testified to some of the ones that were there.
Oh, so that was only a partial description of the ones that were there when you moved in?
I don't believe I listed every single business that existed in Naylor Court. And sorry, Blagden Alley.
We're talking about ABC licensees. I think your point was that there's been tremendous growth and you were demonstrating the contrast between what's there now and what was there before, correct?
That's correct. There has been
All right.
growth.
But that wasn't accurate because Table was at 903 N Street, backing up to Blagden Alley, correct, when you moved in?
Incorrect. Table was across the street on N Street.
It was across N Street from where?
Yes.
From Blagden Alley?
Yes.
At 903 N Street.
Yes. To my recollection, yes. It was not on the southern side of N Street. It's on the northern side of N Street. I had brunch there and dinner and what have you.
All right. Now, were you here for Martin Beam's testimony as the acoustical engineer?
No, I was not. I didn't hear all of it. I heard maybe a little piece, but not it in its entirety.
Did you read his report?
No, I did not. Not all of it. Not from beginning to end. I read some of it.
You never bothered to review his complete report?
I did bother to go through what I could understand. Yeah. But not, I can't testify that I read every single paragraph. No.
You don't have any basis to refute the conclusions in his report, do you?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
You do not have any basis to refute the conclusions in his report, do you?
Since I didn't read it in its entirety and I'm not a sound engineer or expert, I do not.
Okay. The agreement that the applicant has made to use 9th Street as its entrance and exit, that ameliorates many of the issues you're concerned about, doesn't it?
No, not many. Some.
So it wouldn't matter to you if the entrance and exit were in the alley?
Of course it would matter. You asked many.
You testified that everything winds down around 10 o'clock. Is that correct?
I said it starts to wind down, except for Never Look Better was my testimony.
Except for Never Look Better.
Correct.
So Columbia Room winds down around 10 o'clock?
It starts to.
It starts to.
I believe its Summer Garden might be until 11. I think I said until 11:30 on weekends, maybe midnight.
Okay. And then TG Cigars, they also wind down at 10 o'clock?
I'm not aware of that.
And Maxwell, do they wind down at 10 o'clock as well?
Maxwell's facing on 9th Street. It doesn't face the alley.
Well, this establishment doesn't face the alley either, does it?
The back of it does,
The back
and
of
the
it.
rooftop does.
All right, I don't have any further questions. Oh, wait, no, I do have a question. Who is it you said you talked to at Dogtopia?
His name is Michael, and I believe I'm not 100% sure how to pronounce his last name. Bergeron or Bergeron, Bergeron, and he identified himself as the general manager as opposed to the front desk employees.
And when did you speak with him?
I spoke with him yesterday.
All right, those are all the questions I have at this time.
Ms. Wujovic, how far away from the location do you currently live?
I believe it's 200 feet. 200 feet. I haven't measured it. To be honest, I haven't taken out a measurement.
So can you see the location from where you?
From my
your apartment
balcony?
is?
Yeah, from my balcony. You've got, so the way my apartment is the bedroom and the living room, they're balcony doors that go out onto my balcony. And if I'm sitting on my balcony, I have a good view of the alley.
And so that's about 200 feet away.
Mhm. It's correct.
All right. All right, any questions by any other questions by the board members? Mr. Klein, any questions based on the question that I asked?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Thomas, any redirect?
Just, I think like one or two quick questions. Mr. Klein keeps referencing an agreement not to use the back door. Are you aware of any formal written agreement that has been reached, either with the ANC or with any of the protestants, in which the applicant has in writing agreed not to use the back door?
No.
Okay, that's all I have.
Mr.
Oh,
Thomas.
actually, excuse me. Yes, I have one more. I would like to move Exhibit 11 into evidence.
Mr. Klein?
I would object, given that it's seriously lacking in accuracy, as has been demonstrated by the cross-examination.
I'm going to overrule the objection, and I'll admit it into evidence for what it's worth. So I'm moving Exhibit 11 into evidence. So can you please close your screen, Mr. Thomas? Do you have any other witnesses, sir?
I do not.
All right, hold on 1 minute.
Mr. Chair, we do have rebuttal.
You do what, Mr.? You do what?
We have rebuttal.
I was about to, well.
Before we get to rebuttal, I realize there's one exhibit that was used that I did not, I think, move into evidence. I believe it is Exhibit 15, the best practices for nightlife establishments. So I'd like to move that into evidence now as well before we get to the rebuttal case.
Mr. Klein?
I don't have any objection.
So move Exhibit 15, so move. All right. So you have a rebuttal. Who's the rebuttal witness that you have, Mr. Klein?
I have a couple, but they will be brief, I promise.
A couple? Who are they?
Ms. Naylor, and Mr. Gugamos, and then a records person from Avon.
I object to certainly Ms. Nabler and Mr. Gugamos, who have both testified today. I mean, sorry, Ms. Nabler testified last time, but she already offered testimony, as did Mr. Gugamos testified today. I don't really know what they would add, and I would ask for a proffer as to what they would add.
I can proffer, and if it'll be accepted, that's fine.
Go ahead, Mr.
Ms.
Klein.
Neighbor will testify concerning an email exchange with Doctopia concerning the issues that were just testified about. I'm happy to share my screen. And if that would just be accepted, then I don't need to put her on. All I need to do is put her on to identify it.
Mr. Thomas?
And Mr. Gugamos?
Mr. Gugamos will testify concerning Ms. Joseph's testimony about community engagement and meetings.
He already testified about community engagement in meetings. I don't have a problem if Ms. Nabler wants if he wants to offer Ms. Nabler for that.
He said he had an email. I mean, if he shows the email, I don't know the email is. Do we need her direct testimony if there's an email or?
I don't know what email he's referring to. If he wants to share his screen, I can see it and we can look through it and we can go from there.
All right, why don't you? Are you able to share your screen, Mr. Klein?
I need to be elevated, but yes.
Ms. Foshman, can you please allow Mr. Klein to share his screen, please?
It has already been accomplished.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Astor. Do you see it?
Not yet, sir.
I do not.
No. Interesting.
Yes. Now we can. Now you're able to share your screen, so you can click on the document, Mr. Klein.
Okay. And do you see the email?
Yes.
Okay. So it starts here.
Okay. Okay. I don't, I would have a brief questions for her about that, I think.
All right, fine. We'll call the witness. You can close the screen. All right. Is the witness available?
Yes, I am.
I think. All right. I'm sorry. This is Miss Where's she?
Neighbor.
Miss Neighbor. I don't see you on my screen. That's why.
Jordan Neighbor.
Oh, okay. I don't see your picture, but I see your name. All right.
Oh, sorry. I can turn it on.
All right. I previously sworn you in, so you're still under oath, Miss Neighbor. So can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Jordan Neighbor. It's Jordan. Last name Neighbor, Naber.
Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Ms. Neighbor, subsequent to the last time you testified before the board, did you have occasion to reach out to Doctopia?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
You're asking about prior to our previous hearing?
I'm asking about I'll just show you the email. Let's do it this way. May I share?
I'm not sure if that was taken away. Are you able to share?
I think so. Okay. Show you what we will mark as applicants 12. Can you see it? on the screen?
Yes.
All right, I'd ask you to identify what this is.
This is an email exchange between Michael, myself, and Ed. Ed is the person I first reached out to at Dogtopia. I just walked across. He identified himself as the, look him up in my phone, as the operations manager. So he's not the general manager, but he did identify himself as the operations manager. After our previous hearing, I reached out to him again because I'd rather get something in writing, as it seemed everyone wanted me to do. So I reached out to him and asked that he contact or give me contact info for the GM, which he forwarded along my message. And then I spoke with the GM, who said that they don't mind us lining up out front of their business as long as it's after 9 p.m.
And that's what's contained in this email?
Correct.
All right, and this was an email sent to originally to Ed Weddle from your regular email account?
Yes, from my 18th Street Lounge email.
All right, and then you also received a response from Michael Bergeron, correct?
Correct.
That's all the questions I have, and I would move to consider.
Mr. Thomas?
I don't have any objection to the exhibit being moved into evidence. I have a couple quick questions of the witness, though.
Sure.
Go ahead, sir.
This exhibit was, this email exchange, I should say, was sent after the last hearing, correct?
That is correct.
So these efforts all took place after the representations about the agreement with Dogtopia were made to this, this board, correct?
No.
Emails were sent before?
The email was not sent before, but the efforts to contact them.
Okay, but my question is this, my question is.
Mr. Thomas, hold on. Give her an opportunity to answer
It's
the question.
a yes or no question. Mr. Klein was provided the same luxury of not letting the witness walk all over the record and forcing the witness to answer.
Mr. Thomas, you're an attorney, sir. You need to focus. If you did a yes or no answer, you need to focus your question to give her, so she can only answer the question yes or no, sir.
Okay, yes or no.
But however, Mr. Thomas, if the witness also states that I need to explain it, you need to give her an opportunity to explain if she states so. Okay.
I understand that. Thank you. Yes or no, is this email string from after our last hearing on this application?
Yeah, but I would like to explain.
Explain what? That it was.
I feel it's misrepresenting our efforts if you say this.
I didn't ask you about your efforts. I asked you when the email was sent. That was it. The only question I asked. The only question I asked was when this email was sent. That's all.
All right.
That's all I asked.
All right. She has answered the question. Is there another question?
No, that's it. That's the only question. All of this was after the last hearing.
All right. Any questions by any of the board members? I'll ask you a question, Miss.
Sure.
Miss Neighbor, why was this email sent?
This email was sent after the previous hearing. Since everyone was asking about if we had any formal agreement, I stated in the last hearing that we didn't have a formal agreement, that I had just spoken with Ed, the operations manager. So I sent this one as a response to that to make sure that I was speaking to the right person who could give me a more formal answer.
Thank you. Any questions by any other board members? Mr. Thomas, and any recross based on the question that I'd asked?
Nope.
Mr. Klein, any redirect based on any redirect, Mr. Klein?
No, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Neighbor, for your testimony. Do you have another rebuttal witness, sir?
John Guggemos.
I object to the testimony from Mr. Guggemos. He's already testified today. And the subject matter that's been proffered is something he already testified about. We've already discussed eliminating duplicative testimony, and there's already been 8 witnesses from the applicant. I don't see what this testimony adds at all.
And so, Mr. Klein, the purpose of this testimony is, again, why are we calling Mr. Gugelmus?
There's been a suggestion throughout the testimony that the applicant failed to connect with the neighborhoods, failed to reach out, failed to meet, failed to provide information. Mr. Gugelmus, as chair of the ANC, prior to Ms. Joseph taking over on January 5th, can shed some light on that.
He already testified to all of these outreach issues in his statement and in questions from both myself, Mr. Klein, and the board.
We did not have Ms. Joseph's testimony at that point.
He read a letter that was co-authored by Ms. Joseph.
I guess what I'm curious, I'm not quite sure what is it that I'm not quite sure what is it that he's gonna rebut. At least from what I've heard, there were conversations. So I've heard from what was presented, at least the licensee had 4 meetings with the ANC, 2 with the ANC, 2 with the license committee. So that at least proves to me that there was conversation. Now, if the folks are saying that there were no individual conversations with members, okay, that's a different story. But if, at least it's, from what was presented to me, it's clear that there is conversation between the licensee and the ANC. At least, as I stated before, there's an agreement that there was at least 4 meetings. At least, so that's clear to me. So I don't necessarily think that this witness is necessary to rebut, because at least it's clear from what I've heard over the 2 days of testimony that there were at least 4 meetings between the licensee and the community.
We'll forego it then.
All right, thanks.
And lastly, we have Lamont Mahone, who is Abra Records.
And what is it that is he presenting?
He would present a record search which reflects that there are 57 CT licenses that have been approved that have entertainment endorsement, dancing endorsement, cover charge endorsement, and an outside seating endorsement, be it a sidewalk cafe, a summer garden, or both.
So he's just verifying the Abra's records?
That's all he's doing. There was a suggestion by a board member that what was being requested here is very unusual, and that this isn't done. And this would demonstrate that there are indeed 57 licensees that have been approved in exactly this fashion.
Mr. Thomas?
In the interest of time, I'm willing to stipulate that Abra's records are well kept and accurate. I'm not sure why it's necessary for Abra's own record keeper to appear before here and testify to that fact. I'm not aware of the testimony that Mr. Klein is referring to, and to the issue that Mr. Klein is referring to.
If the board can just take administrative notice that there are 57 licenses, CT licenses that have been approved for entertainment endorsement, cover charge, dancing endorsement, and outside seating, then we can discuss it.
In the District of Columbia, correct?
In the District of Columbia, yes, the board can't approve any licenses outside the District of
No, but I meant, we're talking about in the district. The 57 licenses are not in Blagden Alley, they're in the District of Columbia.
Correct, yes, yes,
Okay, I just wanted to understand what that was.
yes.
I have a
Are you
problem-
talking about in District of Columbia or within the 1,200? I mean, I'm confused.
No, what we're talking about, there were questions by a board member, and there was a suggestion that having a tavern license and having these other endorsements was very, very unusual. There were questions from the board member last time we were here, suggesting that that's just not done and this is unusual. And the only purpose of administrative notice of this fact is to show that there are 57 licenses that have the same endorsements that are being asked for by this applicant.
Mr. Thomas, if you agree to the stipulation that we don't need the
Yeah, I agree to stipulate that the Abbers Act records are accurate and that to the extent the representation made by council is consistent with it, I don't have any issue with that. As long as the clarification is it is the entire District of Columbia, not Blagden Alley.
Correct. Yes, absolutely.
All right, Mr. Mahone, thank you very much. I know you're prepared to testify. Sorry that I'm not going to give you that pleasure today, sir. But
Thank you, Mr. Mahone.
but thank you, Mr. Mahone, for your willingness to serve today. All right, thank you. Your testimony is not necessary from you today. Thank you, sir. All right, thank you. All right, do the parties rest?
Yes, the applicant.
Yes, protest and bank arrests.
All right, do you need to break before you do your closing statement, or are you the applicant first, the protestants first, or you want to go straight into your closing arguments?
Ready to go.
I'm ready to go as well.
All right. Okay. So what I would like both sides to tell me, we're starting out with the applicant. What is it that the applicant is seeking specifically, and what is it that the protestant is seeking specifically? So let's start with the applicant.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board, for not only your time today, but also your time 2 weeks ago in giving this matter careful consideration. The applicant is requesting that the application be approved as submitted with one modification and one condition. The modification is that service would cease at 2:30 on the Summer Garden. The condition is that the applicant will only use 9th Street as an exit and entrance to the establishment. Mr. Norrie has been clear that's his intention. There's been lots of testimony about it. There's been some fear, it seems, on the part of the protestants that that's not going to happen, and we're perfectly agreeable to having that be a condition of approval of the license if the board deems it appropriate to approve it. So that's what we're asking for. This case.
I'm sorry. Hold on, Mr. I just want to get some clarification because I know what you're asking for, but I want to make sure that when I review my notes, I'm clear because and I need you to what was on the application? And the reason I'm saying because I could have sworn when your witness testified, when the licensee testified, he stated that he was not seeking entertainment endorsement for the rooftop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You are correct on that point. Yes.
So I just want to make sure that when I'm reviewing my notes and then to make a determination, we're all on the same page. That's why I'm stating I want to make sure that I know exactly if that's not the position, if that's not your position in closing, I'm fine. But I don't want to review my notes and then I see something that's inconsistent.
I apologize, and I thank you for that clarification. That was my oversight. Yes, we agreed early on that the applicant is not seeking entertainment endorsement for the summer garden outside area.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
All right, so that's what we're seeking. In terms of this case, what we believe we've demonstrated through the testimony is what we have here is a reliably proven operator who has shown a history of being responsive to community concerns over a period of 25 years and has a good plan for this establishment at this location. And then we'll talk about the concerns that the neighbors have raised and why they do not undercut the case that's been made concerning this reliable, responsive operator with a viable plan to operate this business. In terms of him being a reliable operator, we had, in my experience and observation, something that I have never seen before, which was we had testimony from an ANC single member district commissioner in the person of Mike Silverstein, who was a single member district commissioner for the area in which Mr. Norrie previously operated 18th Street Lounge for 25 years. And Mr. Silverstein's testimony was very clear as to Mr. Norrie's cooperation, responsiveness, willingness to deal with issues that arose on a regular basis. And they deemed him reliable. You also heard from Patrick Powell, who was the director of operations at the Golden Triangle Bid, who has a lot of responsibility for dealing with over there what is called Club Central. And he testified that they lost one of the good ones when Mr. Norrie closed 18th Street Lounge on 18th Street. And it was very clear that Mr. Norrie was a responsible operator, was always a leader in terms of issues that arose. There was talk about his organizing, attempting to organize a trash compactor and taking leadership on trash issues, and also taking leadership on a rideshare program that was successfully instituted over in the Golden Triangle Bid. We also look at his investigative history, and although Mr. Thomas may think, oh my God, there's a lot on this page, we know, the board knows, 25-year history, there was one violation that is shown there. Now, we heard testimony about residents being concerned about underage drinking. Mr. Norrie's never had even a sale at a minor violation at his other location in 25 years. So we think it's very clear. Usually in these cases, the board is asked to give the benefit of the doubt to a new operator, because you can say that what the neighbors are concerned about, what the residents are concerned about, is going to come to pass. Is it just fear, or do we have an operator who's going to be responsible? And the board has a demonstrated history of giving new operators the benefit of the doubt. In this case, we're not asking you to give the new operator the benefit of the doubt. We have an established operator, one who's been doing it for 25 years and has proven himself not only responsible in terms of the operation of his business, but also a leader on issues that might arise. And we think that's very, very important. And it's puzzling, and I'll get to it in a little bit, in terms of the community's sense, at least some of the witnesses, that Mr. Norrie is not one to engage, is not one to be responsive, because that is contrary to his 25-year history. In terms of responsiveness, we heard testimony concerning the fact that there was at one point a noise problem, noise issue. And you heard testimony that there were actually residents in the way of Jefferson Road condominiums who were closer, much closer to the back patio of 18th Street Lounge on 18th Street. And I think what I heard from one witness when I asked whether they believed Mr. Silverstein or Mr. Powell, they said no, because no residents testified. Well, I don't know what Mr. Silverstein is if not a resident. It seems to me that he's a longtime respected resident of that community, former ANC chair and an ANC commissioner. He is a resident. But there was also testimony concerning Abigail Nichols, who I think is well known to the board. She was head of something called the DC Nightlife Noise Coalition and had issues with a number of establishments there. But the testimony was when Ms. Nichols raised issues with Mr. Norrie, he went and figured it out. No protest was filed. You never heard about this. Mr. Norrie went in, he got his sound people, and he said, how do we fix this? And they went in and they adjusted the frequencies, and that was the end of it. And that was some 11 or 12 years ago. And even though there may have been issues with other establishments in that neighborhood, the DC Nightlife Noise Coalition, they never had any issues with Mr. Norrie except that one time. Now, in terms of a good plan, I mentioned a good plan. Mr. Norrie has heard the community. He's voluntarily taken several steps. And indeed, once he gets open, if he gets open, I'm sure he will take more. And those included his agreement, which we've now stipulated should be a condition of the license, only to use the front door for entrance to and exit from the establishment. His agreement to put in cameras, put in a security camera system. His agreement to have trained security staff and do a security plan, even though as a CT license, he's not required to. And also to take the lead on trash compactor and trash issues. Now, this was affirmed not just by our witnesses, but also by Shireen Joseph, who was called by the protestants. And she confirmed that, yes, Mr. Norrie agreed to do all of these things. Now, she said they didn't solve all the problems, understandable, but he did agree to do them. And I think that that shows, and he didn't get anything to return in return because we're here. There was no settlement agreement, but he said, yeah, I'll do this. These are concerns. I take this seriously. And this is consistent with the approach that he took when we ran 18th Street Lounge on 18th Street for 25 years. We had Marty Beam as a witness. And when we talk about a plan, I know in these cases, concern is frequently with outside space. It is always a difficult issue for the board. Communities are concerned about it. Mr. Beam was hired and came up with a plan as to how to mitigate the noise. And he was asked, well, how often are you right? When are you wrong? And Mr. Beam testified very clearly. If the client, in this case, Mr. Norrie, follows my recommendations, it always works. And you know why? Because it's science. Mr. Beam is a licensed acoustical engineer. So he knows what he's talking about. And the steps that he's recommended, he has told you, as he has told you in other cases, because he's testified before you in the past, that if his plan is implemented, that the noise issues will not be a problem for the residents of the alley. Now, we've had several witnesses, lay people who tried to dispute that. How does that work? And I'm going to give you what I think, and maybe only the older of us will remember this, but I'm going to give it a shot anyway. A very perfect example of how this works. If any of you have been to a diner that has the jukebox, the remote jukebox thing in the booth, if you put in your quarter, sitting at your table, you only hear it at your table. And that's the beauty of many small speakers, is that you can disperse the sound and make it so that it's only heard at one table of the diner. It's not heard at every table. And the same thing could be done in a space such as this one, is use a lot of small speakers. And that is a way to effectively control the noise. But I'll say this to you. Even if it doesn't work, and Mr. Beam has indicated that his success rate is 100%, as long as the client follows his recommendations, you shouldn't have any doubt that Mr. Norrie will then take the next steps, which might be required if this is a problem. And I don't ask you to take our word for it. I ask you to look at the two witnesses who testified about his operations in his previous neighborhood, who said, yeah, that's what he did. That's who he is. Now, I've talked a lot about Mr. Norrie and the applicant. I want to turn to the concerns of the neighborhood, which I don't understand. There's kind of a disconnect. Mr. Shake said he wants people he can work with. And I don't know what happened here, but I don't know that I could put on any better evidence of someone that you could work with than the witnesses that we had who testified as to Mr. Norrie's previous experience with the community. Again, he also expressed, I may have been the one, I think there were a couple of witnesses actually, that expressed concern about underage drinking. That's never been an issue in Mr. Norrie's establishment, not one time. And the board knows how difficult that can be to police and how prevalent it is in many establishments. And there were several, as I said previously, who just simply doubted the veracity of Mr. Silverstein and Mr. Powell. For what reason, I can't fathom. I guess because they didn't present their position. But Mr. Silverstein, I know, is well known to this board, and I don't think there's any reason to doubt his veracity. Mr. Powell has been before you a few times in his role as director of the Golden Triangle Bid, specifically on bar calls and some other issues. I don't know of any reason to doubt his veracity either, nor was any credible case made that somehow there would be noise from the Summer Garden area despite Mr. Beam's testimony. It was just like, yeah, I don't believe it. I don't, I asked almost every witness, do you have any basis to refute Mr. Beam's conclusions? And not one of them could credibly say that they could do so. So our position is the overwhelming weight of the evidence is that Mr. Norrie has shown that he is a capable, responsive operator, and that this license should be approved with a couple of changes that we've talked about and acknowledged at the commencement of closing, and that there be no additional conditions in place. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Klein. Before I coming to Mr. Thomas, does the ANC wish to make a closing? Because I know when we started the hearing, I had stated that they could make an opening and closing. So does the ANC wish to make a closing statement?
If you, at the moment, no, but if you would allow us to, let's say, we'll just pass.
All right. Miss Joseph, I know that you both, well, is there consensus on the ANC that there's no statement that's necessary?
Yes, there is consensus.
All right. What about, I'm sorry, Mr. Thomas, you're for the Blagden Alley Naylor Court Association, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, do we have anyone here from the, and I know that you represent anyone, but I just want to, for closing, what about the picnic benchers? And is there anyone from the picnic benchers who wants to make a closing? All right. And I know that Ms. Bujovic had testified, but she was a representative for the group of 6. I'll still give you an opportunity, Ms. Bujovic, if you want to make a closing, or you can defer to Mr. Thomas.
I'm happy to defer to Mr. Thomas.
All right, fine. Thank you very much. I just want to make sure that I address all the parties. I know that at the beginning of the hearing, they were all there, they were all here. I know that we simplified by saying that they had to use one representative, but I did state that they could make an opening and closing if they so desire. So that's what I was just trying to make sure that I did that at closing. All right, so Mr. Thomas, what is it that you want the agency to do, please?
We're requesting that the board deny the application in its entirety as not appropriate for the location. Alternatively, we would ask that conditions on licensure be imposed, including not only the condition that Mr. Klein represented before, but also the fact that
What are the? I know that you're arguing in the alternative. So what are the conditions that Mr. Klein had stated if the board was to be inclined to grant the license?
So Mr. Klein had mentioned the conditioned on only the use of 9th Street for ingress and egress. We would also request that as a condition of licensure, that any sound mitigation plan that they have put forth before the board be implemented as a condition of any sort of licensure, both on the interior and exterior of the property. We would further ask for the endorsements, the entertainment endorsement to be limited in not allowing for cover charge, valet, or dancing. We would ask that the Summer Garden, I understand now doesn't contain an entertainment endorsement. We would ask that the hours of the Summer Garden be tailored to, bear with me one second. 8 a.m. to 12:30 a.m. and 8 a.m. to 12:30 a.m. And and on the entertainment endorsement, that noise from the establishment should not be audible from the sidewalk or on the sidewalk on 9th Street or in the alley. Excuse me, I apologize. I misspoke. The Summer Garden, we would want 12 p.m. to 12 p.m. to 10 p.m., not 12. My apologies, 12 a.m. 12 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay. That's it?
Subject to, yes, that's it.
Sure.
I apologize. One more thing. It's the actual hours should be should end at 1 a.m. on Sunday and Thursday. Or excuse me, should end at 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday as well.
So, all right. So you're saying 7 days a week that they should stop operating at 1 a.m.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. All right. All right. Do the parties wish to file proposed findings of facts and conclusions of law, or waive that?
We wish to file findings of fact and conclusions of law.
Well, then we won't wait.
I'm sorry, what you said, Mr. Klein?
I mean, if he's gonna file them, then we will also reserve our right to file them.
All right, if the parties choose to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, then 90 days from the board receives proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law. So the transcripts will be emailed to the parties in approximately 3 weeks.
Do I get to give a closing statement?
Oh, I thought that was your closing statement.
No.
I was. No, that's why I said, is that it? And you said yes. So
sorry. I thought you meant that was it on the alternative relief. I apologize.
No. So I thought that was your closing statement.
No.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir. I apologize.
No. First of all, thank you. I'd like to thank the board for taking the time, and personally thank the board for indulging me and my own issues the last go round and continuing this case to a second day. It was very much appreciated, and I appreciate you guys taking the time to consider the evidence and consider the issues that my clients are facing. At the beginning of this case, I told the board that this case was about a nightclub that, by its very own terms, was moving to a neighborhood to make a lot of noise. And the evidence, I believe, has demonstrated that that is true. But this case, as you've heard today, is also about a neighborhood and about a community. A community that is a residential community and one that also has many small businesses. And that these two sides of the same coin have struck an arrangement over the shared use of this historic District of Columbia alley. The agreement involves businesses that cater to tamer, less raucous crowds. And you heard testimony about how the alley, from both the protestants and from the applicant's witnesses, about how the alley starts to wind down earlier. How people come to the alley to start their night, not to end their night. This agreement between the local businesses and the residents has also an acknowledgement of quality life issues that can exist in the alley, particularly that of noise. You heard that these types of arrangements have created the ability for the residents to dialogue with the members of the community, with the members of the business community, and has allowed them to address quality of life issues that affect these residents in their homes, and have maintained good working relations and allowed for the maintenance of good working relationships with the local businesses. This compromise, as I believe one of the commissioners has noted, is not perfect. It hasn't resolved every single issue. But the parties have made it work thus far. The applicant, however, represents a threat to this equilibrium that's been struck between the residents and the local businesses. As the evidence has shown, ESL's planned business is a nightclub with live music and dancing into the early hours of the morning, something that does not exist currently in the alley, and is in fact far different from the establishments that exist there. The applicant's requested hours are later than those of every other establishment in its direct vicinity. Its requested entertainment endorsement is far more expansive than the licensed establishments in its direct vicinity. Its summer garden hours are far more expansive than any other establishment in its direct vicinity. And unlike many of those other establishments, the applicant has not entered into settlement agreements with the ANC. This distinction is perhaps the most pronounced when you consider the precise location that the applicant is looking to open up in, which is a building with another ABC licensed establishment directly below it that has caused problems to the community already. Nothing that the applicant has presented contradicts any of this at all. In fact, it confirms it. The applicant's own owner represented that it is looking to go back to its traditional roots as a nightclub, when it was located in what Mr. Klein has himself termed Nightclub Central. And it's for this reason that the applicant cannot establish its appropriateness for this particular area. The applicant, through Mr. Norreed, offered testimony that it was a nightclub, that they were focused on music and dancing and worldwide and acts that toured the world. It offered testimony from an ANC member, Mr. Silverstein, and whom Mr. Klein made much of, and in which he admitted that its former location was Nightclub Central, not a residential alley such as Blagden Alley. And in fact, Mr. Silverstein directly stated that he would not opine on the appropriateness of the applicant for this particular area. He actually declined on multiple occasions to do so. The applicant also offered a witness from the Golden Triangle bid to speak about its business practices. But what was absent was, while it provided a business leader, it didn't provide any residents from the Jefferson Row condominiums that were behind it, who could speak directly about these particular noise issues that existed and how they were appropriately addressed. This is important, frankly, because you also heard from my clients and the residents of Blagden Alley that have directly testified about the lack of outreach by ESL in this entire process, about their requests over and over and over again to sit down and discuss the issues, about how they patronize the local businesses and how they are not opposed to ABC licensed establishments, but that the applicant wouldn't reach out and wouldn't respond. The lack of outreach can only lead to one sort of conclusion, that going forward, the applicant has no intent to reach out to the community in the future, no intent to deal with the community on fair terms and to cooperate with the community. So unlike a lot of the testimony that was offered by Mr. Silverstein and the gentleman from the Golden Triangle bid, the applicant's conduct thus far is directly contradictory to it being a good actor and someone who works within the community. The inappropriateness of the applicant is also confirmed by the uncertainty and inconsistency of its plans. It's for this exact reason that Chairman Anderson asked point blank, what exactly is the type of license that the applicant is looking for? Because it's changed from the start of this hearing towards the end of it. The applicant hasn't presented fully permitted plans. The applicant did not present a sound study to the ANC or to the residents until after the ANC twice voted to protest. It's a moving target. It always has been. It always will be. And there's been no showing by the applicant that it will engage on terms that are fair to the residents of Blagden Alley. In fact, as noted during our prior dialogue, the applicant hasn't even offered to make its noise mitigation plans a condition of its licensure, which should show and be direct evidence of how seriously it's taking its noise obligations. If it really was concerned about noise and really was working to mitigate those issues, I would think that that would have been point blank something that would have been offered up as a condition of licensure, but it was noticeably absent. I also think that there are serious credibility issues that the applicant has demonstrated throughout this entire process. At first, the owner himself testified in front of this board that it had, after hearing about line issues, that it had an agreement with its next door neighbor concerning line management that it could implement. And it wasn't until his own general manager stepped in to contradict him that no such agreement actually existed. And you heard testimony from the residents describing something that is far shakier than any sort of firm agreement for line management. Likewise, the applicant's past is not so clean as Mr. Klein would suggest. Over 25, the applicant has been operating for 25 years, but within the past 2, the applicant has been fined and by ABRA for misleading ABRA investigators and hindering an investigation. So I think it's far more relevant and far more telling how the applicant operates, conduct within the past couple of years rather than conduct 10, 15 years ago. All of these inconsistencies in Mr. Norrie's testimony and the checkered past of the applicant should give the ABRA board great pause. But I also think what should give the board pause is the ANC's position as well, which is supposed to be given a substantial amount of weight in these proceedings. The ANC has discussed that it is protesting. It is discussed that it has issues with trash, with noise, with traffic, and that none of these issues have been fully alleviated at all. And while certain ANC commissioners who represent nightlife establishments may have different opinions about what is appropriate and what is not, the official position of the ANC and not Mr. Guggenmoos is that these issues have not been alleviated and have resulted in the ANC itself protesting this and requesting severe limitations on any sort of licensure. So in short, it's not just Benka. It's not just a group of 6 that are protesting this license, but it's also their duly elected representatives. It is for these reasons that the applicant has not met its appropriateness standard for this region or for this particular area. And it is for this reason that the protestant Blagden Alley Naylor Court Association would request that the license be denied in its entirety or in the alternative, subject to the limitations that we just previously discussed. I thank you very much for your time, and I hope you all have a pleasant evening.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. And as all right, I'd asked were the parties going to do a proposed final conclusion of law, and you said yes. So the transcript will be emailed to the parties in approximately 3 weeks, and 30 days upon receipt of the transcript, the proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, that's due. All right. All right. I want to thank everyone for their participation over the last 2 days, and yeah, for the last this 2-day hearing in a sense that who's
Mr. Anderson, sorry, this is Amir Sheikh on behalf of the group of 6. I want to just, can I quickly give some specific community concerns?
Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on 1 minute before I did call. I'm sorry. Hold on. But Mr. I'm sorry. Mr. Shahir, you were not designated as the representative for the group of 6. For the group of 6, it's Ms. Buzovec. She's the person who was designated as the designated representative of the group of 6. So unfortunately, and she determined that she did not want to give a closing. So, sir, you guys have lost that opportunity, and so I cannot allow that to occur, sir. Okay, but I'd that's one of the reasons why, because I'm going from my notes. The notes when we started the hearing, we had ANC 2C, which is Mr. Guggenmoos, the Blagden Alley Naylor Court Association. It was initially Robert Goldberg, but then Mr. Thomas was representing as a designated representative. Then we had the picnic benches, and that was Hector Pinto and Vincent Easley were the designated representative. And for the group of 6, it was Miss Helena Buzovec, and she deferred to Mr. Thomas. So I'm sorry, sir. All right. Okay. All right, so hold on 1 minute. All right. All right, so I'm going to close the record on this case. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 21 PRO 00079 18th Street Lounge, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B4 of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 21 PRO 00079 18th Street Lounge for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
I second. Jenny Hansen.
Ms. Hansen has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess these proceedings to hold a closed meeting in the ABC Board conference room pursuant to Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act. Again, I want to thank the parties for their participation today, and we will take this matter under advisement. The board will wait to receive the proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law before we make a final decision and issue a written determination in this case. All right. Thank you. Have a great day. I need my board members to remain. I don't need you guys to leave until I tell you that it's time to leave. All right. All right. Thank you. All right. Early in the afternoon, there were two other cases on our calendar that I did not read in the record, and that was case number 21-251-00036 Bravo Bravo, license number 7571564. This case has been continued to February 16th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. And the second case was there's a fact-finding hearing, and I don't have a case number for this fact-finding hearing, but this is for fact-finding hearing and Beirut Nights. And the license number is 120090. This was application for a new case, and that case has been continued to February 16th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. All right. So I've now finished our calendar. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on February 9th, 2022, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, licensing agenda for February 9th, 2022, as published in the DC Register on February 4th, 2022. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett, second.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been seconded. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this aforementioned closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on the electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We are now officially adjourned for the day. I'd like to thank the members of the public who participated in this in our hearings today, and I would like to thank our board members for their active participation. We're now adjourned for the day, and I will now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you very much and have a great evening.